morning, our 10 o'clock match. The first thing we'll do here is welcome the ball kids to the court. And now it's time to meet our players.
Okay, why don't we do that, Cal?
Our first player comes from York, Pennsylvania. A graduate of James Madison University, the CAA Player of the Year, headed to Wake Forest, ladies and gentlemen, from Dallastown, York, PA, Holden Coons. And our second player from Vienna, Austria. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the court, Maximilian Norquist. Our chair umpire today is from Ernville, Glenn Meyer.
sets. No air scoring. To the left of the chair, from Vienna, Austria, Mr. Max Neuchrist. To the right of the chair, from York, Pennsylvania, Holden Coons. Coons won the toss and has elected to serve. Time. The old ball's this way. The old ball's this way. No. That's it. Good. And then shoot him down to, first set, Holden Coons to serve. Ready? Play.
Well, how about that to get us started? Welcome in, everyone, to the
Love
4th
15.
annual Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge. Alex Gruskin here. It's our 3rd year back for our Cracked Rackets team, and man, are we excited to be here. Beautiful day here in Wyomissing, Pennsylvania.
The other side.
Yeah, if this is the pace we're playing at, this is going to be a fun day of tennis. Of course, we'll get into each of our players here, Holden Coons, Maximilian Neuchrist in a little bit, but just a reminder how these days work, how this event works. We've got 6 players in the field, 2 groups of 3. It's round robin Friday.
30-15.
What does that mean? Of course, it means that 2 groups of 3, everyone will play everyone. So 6 total matches on the day. Top 2 players in each group advancing to tomorrow's semifinal round. Of course, championship will be held tomorrow as well.
40-15.
Sure. Benefits of the doubt, the name of the game again. We're serious here, trying to get matches in. All these players, a few of them U.S. Open qualifying rounds on the horizon, but we're going to have some fun as well. How about that opening service came from Holden Coons, the recent graduate of James Madison University, headed to Wake Forest for his final year of eligibility. Is the 22-year-old from Pennsylvania, is in his hometown. We're right by it. I believe he's from York, Pennsylvania, about 30, 45 minutes from here. He said in the past, though, he's been a ball kid. He graduated to the role of hitting partner. Now to get to play in the event, that's got to be quite the experience. Not too shabby for an opening service game. Holds 4-1 love. Now it'll be the 32-year-old Maximilian Neuchrist's chance to get things going on his serve. Offer us our first response of the day. Again, Alex Gruskin here. It's a beautiful day for tennis. It's a beautiful atmosphere for an event like this. Let's have ourselves a day. Neuchrist to serve. Love 1.
Love 15.
Thought we might be playing first ball in. Really double down on the relaxed nature again of this exhibition event. Yeah, they're playing for money, playing for pride. But again, for a guy like Neuchrist who struggled quite a bit, and we'll get into the numbers headed into today, he's just looking for some matches, some confidence heading into New York. Yeah, serve like that'll do it. You might hear me clap every so often, trying to create a permission structure for the fans here. And I gotta say, for a Friday morning, Emke Tennis Garden, beautiful, beautiful scene. We got about 50 people strong. Not too shabby for our opening match of the day. Neuchrist spraying wide there, the 32-year-old. He's dropped 11 of his last 12 matches on the Pro Tour. 11 of his last 12, 12 of his last 14. Last time he won consecutive matches at an event, the Lyon Challenger back in April. As such, 32-year-old currently sitting at 230 in the world now. He did make his first career Challenger final in singles at the end of last season, but it's been a bit of a struggle ever since. Couple of loose errors mean we have opening break point chances here. That's an easy way to fight off 2. And again, format today, no ad scoring. It's deuce point's a deciding point. We have some rain dropping in the background. Excuse me, not rain, but had some water dump over. You might have heard that. Certainly we all saw that serve. That's a nice response from the 32-year-old Neuchrist. Holds 4-1 all to get things going. Again, 2 out of 3 sets. Third set's a breaker. First to 10 win by 2. Other than that, again, no ad scoring. Deuce point's a deciding point. Returner chooses side. Breaker will be played at 6 all to 7, win by 2. It's a college tennis format there, I say. That's real well done. Of course, serving now Holden Coons again, 22 years old. He's the recent graduate of James Madison, set all sorts of records for the program. 140 plus wins between his singles and doubles career. #1 singles player, his final 3 seasons on the job. Of course, he's had to Wake Forest for his final year of college eligibility. Wake Forest, about 5 years removed from a national championship. Holden rocking the all Ellesse gear today. Can completely understand. This is the Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge. Of course, I asked Holden, give me something about your game. What should I know? His answer, lefty patterns. It's a traditional lefty game style. So he likes to serve out wide, play to the corners, use his forehand to work opponents around the court. Great physicality. You can tell just how difficult it might be today for Holden Coons to really get a ball through Max Neuchrist. His size, his fluidity. That's the next step for Coons, developing that unequivocal weapon in his game. Leads to 4 break point chances. We're back to no ad.
Neuchrist leads 2-1, first set. All the balls go this way. Anybody have a ball? Don't forget to drink, everyone. Don't forget to drink.
2-1 lead now for Maximilian Neuchrist. Again, just feels like everything's on his terms. Everything easy in that game. Alex Gruskin here. Here's who else. Here's what we got coming up throughout the course of the day. It's going to be a fun day here at the Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge. Up next on court, match I believe not before 12. Make sure that's correct. Indeed, not before 12. It'll be Columbia All-American Michael Zang, the junior Wimbledon finalist in 2022. Made his first challenger final in Puerto Rico earlier this summer. He's taken on the veteran of this event, former Columbus State standout KP Pannu. KP winning his first pro singles title at the end of last year. That match coming up next. For now, it's Neuchrist up an early break, 2-1. That's a little sloppy. Of course, later today, just to carry through the schedule, 2 p.m. Holden Coons will be back out on court. He'll play his final match against Ryan Harrison, 4 p.m. Michael Zang will take on Philip Misolic. Yeah, that's elite. Great follow-up after the flub to volley. Of course, we have our first night session this year at the Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge. Ryan Harrison will take on Neuchrist. That's at 6:30. Misolic going to play his second match against KP Pannu. That's an 8:30 scheduled start. Yeah, mock in, folks. We got a long day of tennis ahead here on our Cracked Rackets YouTube channel. Chris consolidates the break, 3-1 now. Opening set. Good serve indeed. Yeah, it just feels like it's so hard for Holden Coons to penetrate the court at all.
15
Neuchrist everywhere. Giving nothing away for easy, nothing away for free. Even the return positioning, backside of your screen here. Just guaranteeing himself a clean swing at the ball. Job well done.
15-30.
And again, facing a guy in Holden Coons who's played one career one career professional match, excuse me. Came at the ITF level earlier this summer. It's got to be a big first serve. It's got to be something along those lines. Again, maybe you take a few more rips on your +1 forehands. Just give yourself a chance to be that much more aggressive. Or take advantage of a loose backhand. Game point chance here for Holden Coons to at least just keep it a single break deficit. Let's see where Neuchrist chooses to go. Holden Coons does hold 4-2-3 still. It's a break lead for 32-year-old Maximilian Neuchrist. 3-2 he leads opening set here at the MK Tennis Garden. Again, beautiful day for tennis. Not just here, but across the globe, and obviously going on right now, Cincinnati, Western Southern Open. We'll release maybe this changeover as a mini break, but of course it's quarterfinal day. Fun matches in both the men's and women's singles draw. Obviously on the men's side, Carlos Alcaraz, Max Purcell, Hubie Hurkacz taking on Alexei Popyrin. First times two Australians have reached the quarterfinals of a Masters 1000 event since I believe 2002. Double check that stat from Opta Ace, but obviously a bunch of unseeded guys, top of the draw. And again, Alcaraz, he's been pushed 3 sets against Thompson, 3 sets against Tommy Paul. Played a bunch of 3-setters last week. So that's certainly a fun one to watch. Of course, bottom half of the draw looks like Alex Zverev's refinding his form. 3-set win over Daniil Medvedev yesterday. He's always been good against lefties with his backhand. He's got another lefty tomorrow in Adrian Mannarino. Of course, you've got Fritz versus Djokovic as well. One set of men's singles quarterfinals. Of course, women's sides, Swiatek Vondrousova, Mukhova, Jabeur, Sabalenka, Goff, all still alive. It's the best of the best. Wouldn't have it any other way. Of course, we've got some of the best here in Reading, Pennsylvania as well. And right now, one of those guys, Maximilian Neuchrist, serving 3-2 first set. That's a big swing. Might as well take some risks, right? Take some chances. Everything else has been in rhythm. If you're Neuchrist, you feel like, should you need to be patient, should you feel the need to start grinding, that play will be there for him. And of course can do that every so often as well. What can Holden Coons do to break that rhythm? Do you play more slice? I don't know if I want to give Neuchrist time. Do I go high and heavy? I don't know. He's tall. Leave that ball a little too short. Now it's just sitting up perfectly in his strike zone. I think he's just gonna, I know it sounds simple, take some swings. Be willing to miss long. That's the miss today. Miss long going for something. No, that's just too good. Good target, good spot, better pass. Game point chances, 3 of them coming up here for Neuchrist. There it is.
Upper sleeves, 4 games to 2 for set.
4-2 opening set lead. Still holding on to that break is 32-year-old Maximilian Neuchrist. And what is our opening match of the 2023 Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge? Losing the thread a little bit here, although I prefer that miss, truth be told. Again, I don't dislike the miss at all. Yes, there are now 4 break point chances for 5-2, but we're trending this way anyways. At least now's that opportunity to mix things up, that opportunity to try to capture some rhythm heading into the second set. Too good. That's better. Love the swing. Yes. Still 2 more break point chances, but that's what you're looking for. Something to build off of moving forward.
Deciding point, receiver's choice. Yes, please.
So that's the definitive break here in set number 1, isn't it? Slowly but surely, Maximilian Neuchrist opening up the court. And with that opening comes a 5-2 lead here in the opening set. Alex Gruskin here. More and more people continue to file in on what is morning number 1, match number 1 here at the Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge. How could they not? If you're at all close to this Wyomissing, Pennsylvania area, get online, buy yourself a ticket. Make sure to get over here this weekend. Not only are you going to be treated to some outstanding tennis again, Neuchrist, Coons, top 150 player in the world, Philip Misolic, Grand Slam champion Ryan Harry. Coffee cake here in the morning, bagels, coffee, orange juice, and that's just the morning spread. Wait till we get to the sandwiches at lunch. Wait till we get to the delicious pizza in the evening. They're going to make sure you're all well fed, well taken care of. Make sure you as well as the players thoroughly enjoy the experience. That's why we here. Weather. Grateful for the fun, sir. Max Neuchrist, 5-2 lead. Let's see if he can serve it out. Give me a $10 ace here. Yeah, that's what I could. This is the one. This is the one. He knows the call. I like that. It's good though. I like it. Yeah. Little more knife on that one. And maybe that is an ace for us. I believe we've had one. We'll have to have super producer Daniel Westoff check the tape, but next ace we get, I'll tell you why it's special.
to their places. Go. That's it. Put them down here. Put them down on the ground. Take your places, everyone. Take your places. Yeah, everyone should be coming up. This goes through the Coons over here. That's 4 total. You have an extra ball somewhere? Anybody have a ball? What is the only for the kids? Time. Second set. Holden Coons to serve.
Love that.
15 love.
Beautiful way to start set number 2 from Holden Coons. Alex Gruskin still here, steering the ship. It'll be me all day. And we had some camera technical difficulties there for a moment. As you can see, though, we're back rocking and rolling. And the story of set number 1, if you're just joining us, life was easy for 32-year-old Maximilian Neuchrist. Everything in rhythm, everything well timed. There it is. Ace number 1, $10 on the board for our friends at Antietam High School. Those unaware, Antietam unfortunately devastated by floods in the past couple of weeks. The school tennis court almost completely destroyed. As such, part of the cause here this weekend, not only going to play tennis for everyone's enjoyment, we're going to play tennis for a good cause, try to raise some money for Antietam High School. Some of our sponsors matching at $10. Alongside the USTA for every ace hit throughout the course of the day.
First game, second set.
So that's an ace for Coons, ace number 1. Here in set number 2. Holds for 1 love. And again, remember these matches, no head scoring, 2 out of 3 sets. Third set, a 10-point breaker. But we will get a full second set here. Chris has definitely gotten away with a few of those serves into the body with pace that just seemed to have jammed Holden Coons today.
Keep it with you next
And then that forehand's just so easy, that pace, that depth. Doesn't even feel like he's accelerating that much with his racket speed. Ridiculous.
40 love.
Uses his size so well.
One game all.
Norquist responds with a hold of his own. 1-all here, second set. Again, still waiting for I think he had one ace in the first set. Still waiting on the numbers. Super producer Daniel Westhoff running them for us. We'll get those to you in a moment. Again, if you're Holden Coons here, first serves, first forehands. That's the name of the game. Perfect. It's a job really well done, and I'm sitting right behind the baseline of where Holden Coons is currently serving to watch the feel of that slice, how low it stayed when he got stretched wide. That's a really tough ball to hit. And the superstar from James Madison University made it look real easy. Of course, can't be giving away freebies. Yeah, I missed that one wide. Coons getting a little frustrated with himself with the errors, but what's the alternative? Lined it up perfectly. That's that traditional lefty pattern he was telling me about yesterday. Serve wide on that ad side. First backhand to the open court. Sprayed on him a little though, so it's 3 opening break chances here for Maximilian Neuchrist. Oh, it just goes wide. All right, that's 2 fought off. So now it's a deuce point, deciding point.
Deuce, deciding point, receiver choice.
Use, please.
Oh, almost got away with it. Excuse me, did get away with it. Got a little cute on that first volley. Yeah, we're still on serve now. 2-1 here, second set. Again, schedule for the rest of the day coming up after this. We'll head to our other group. Again, we got 6 players, 2 groups of 3. It's round robin day here. The Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge coming up next. KP Pannu going to take on Michael Zang, of course, the rising star. Currently about to enter his sophomore season at Columbia University. KP, now 26 years old, I believe. Finished his career, of course, at Columbus State a few years ago, but last November won his first ITF Pro Singles title. Plenty of athleticism in that one as well. Both guys, KP Pannu, Michael Zang, shot makers. KP in particular, if you have not watched him play, boy is that one delightful. That action coming up next. For now, it's Max and Chris' turn to respond. 1-2 on serve, second set. That's another ace. Ring it up. That's what we're talking about. Make it $40 in donations. That's 4 now on the day. First of the set for Neuchrist. That feels like that's him turning things up a little bit. Pushing the outer bounds maybe a hair more than he was earlier. Saying, okay, Holden, Coons, you stepped up, you held. It's my turn to do the same. Yeah, let his hands do all the work on that slice. He holds that love for 2-all. Threw an ace in as well, not too shabby. Again, like Chris lost 12 of 14, 11 of 12 matches. Heading into the day. It's been a while since he's had a lopsided set, a 2-all lead. How does he hold on to it? Where is he mentally? That's what we'll be looking for. this is where you have to be careful now. If you're Holden, Coons cannot play a loose game. One double's fine, but this is where you need big first serve, first shot to the open target. Perfect. That's exactly what you're looking for there. Jammed into the body. First serve had some action on it, sets up 3 game point chances. Sails on him. So it is a hold, 3-2 for Holden Coons. On serve here in set number 2, Neuchrist up an opener, down 2-3. Now things get a little serious here in this set. You see Neuchrist immediately pushing forward to kick off the 3-all service game. Oh, love the play though. Hit the serve perfectly, just a little too cute with the volley. Why not just go to the open space? Make him hit the on the run. Make him pull off the magic. Case in point right there. Nothing out of body about that approach shot at all. Played with good depth, good pace to a big target. Make your opponent beat you at this stage of the match. Now we're playing. Again, this is a Holden Coons put together a ridiculous 146 wins in college, 88 in singles while at James Madison. This guy's won a match or two in his day. It's a gorgeous ace, number 5 on the day. 5 aces, $50. You'll love to see it. Yeah, it was a loose error, but proper pressure applied here by Holden Coons, the 22-year-old, keeping things on serve. 4-3, we've reached the business end of this second set. And again, you see 5 aces on the day. Why is that significant? Because again, we're playing for a cause here this weekend. Recent damaging due to some flooding here in Pennsylvania, causing the Antietam High School, Antietam courts to just suffer significant damage. And of course, our thoughts go out to the entire community, wishing them a speedy recovery. But of course, one of the ways we learned we could contribute, we could help, not only by sending positive vibes, thoughts and prayers their way, but again, playing for a cause here this weekend. Every ace hit by a player, raising $10 for the Antietam High School Antietam tennis team funds. May not seem like a lot, but again, every dollar counts. So that's why we are so proud to be a part of an event like this. Meanwhile, again, on serve, 4-3, second set here. If you're Neuchrist, the key is just stay the course, as he'll try to do here, serving 3-4. That's, though, the exact pattern he looks to play with. Inside out, inside out, inside in. Some call that the Rafa. Again, got the ball he was looking for, just missed it in the high part of the net, so instead of 30 all, now game point chances here for 4 all for Neuchrist. Veterans look the part, holds 4 all here. Neuchrist asking, is it time to change balls? Chair umpire saying, give us one more game.
Let's have all the balls, please.
Turns out it is indeed a ball change. Math checks out. 9 plus 7. 16 games. Change after the first 9. You change every 7 after that. So 4 all now. Let's see if Holden Coons can answer the question one more time. Oh, that one got yanked. Tell that's the first one he really tried to turn into Neuchrist here this set. Oh. That touch is ridiculous. It's a really nice slice. Ball got so low on Coons. I know you're thinking he closes a little faster. He can take that ball higher, right? I don't know if there's that much more he could have done with it. Yeah, truth be told, he might have played an out serve. Some scholars are arguing Neuchrist won that point twice. Lost that one in the wind.
30, 40.
All right, here we go. No, it's a great Great serve into that backhand, jam him a little body more than anything. Just a good first serve to set up 2 game point chances here for Holden Coons. That's ace number 6. Put it on the board for Holden Coons. $10 to the city of Antietam. Game on the board for the 22-year-old. 5-4, more than holding his own in what can ostensibly be considered his second pro event. I mean, again, it's an exhibition event here at the Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge. 6 players, 2 groups of 3, 6 round-robin matches throughout the course here of our opening day of play. Semifinals and finals tomorrow. Again, went through that schedule earlier. Coming up next, Michael Zang, rising sophomore superstar for Columbia University, gonna take on KP Pannu. We'll see these two both later tonight. We'll see Holden actually around 2 o'clock as he'll take on Ryan Harrison. How's that for your morning? Couple of 30-year-old plus veterans, Neuchrist and Harrison. Welcome to the Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge, my friend. That match at 2. Again, 4 o'clock, it'll be Zang versus top 150 player in the world, Philip Misolic. After that, we'll get Neuchrist back out here to take on Ryan Harrison. Misolic, KP Pannu, the nightcap. Got a long way to go before we get there. And right now, Max Neuchrist looking to extend this second set. He'll serve 4-5.
Love 15.
Ridiculous. And this is the sort of moment that Max Neuchrist needs more than anything else here this weekend. Why is he here? Because he's lost 11 of his last 12. 12 of his last 14. Heading into U.S. Open qualifying, you just want some confidence in any sort of match you can get it. Persistence is the key. Pressure into that forehand. That's much better. Holds 4-5 all. Oh no, excuse me. What did I see?
Deciding point, receiver's choice.
Goes to a deciding point. That's also a set point. Guess I just missed that call. Excuse me. Thought we might get ace number 7 on that point of all points. Would have enjoyed it. Instead, again, deciding point, set point here. What way do you go? Looks like he's going wide again. Yep. All right, we need to make an official ruling. Can I call that an ace and take the $10? Yeah, that's what I like to hear. All right, we have confirmation from Holden, who actually got a piece of it on his racket, but he says take the $10. So we're going to take the $10. We're going to call that ace number 7, I believe. That's ace number 7. 7 indeed, confirmation from the booth, yes. And Holden Coons confirms that's an ace. Count it. Fights off a set point. That's the one you gotta give back, my friend Max. Ridiculous. And that's kind too. He didn't want to fence it, wanted to keep it in play. Didn't know Chris could have easily sent that ball. What, we're in Reading, Pennsylvania, could have easily sent that one to Delaware. Instead, again, a little lax, indicative of the environment. How could you not be relaxed here in the beautiful MK Tennis Garden? Still, better aggression on point 2 for 15 all. now it's a break point chance coming up for Neuchrist. It does feel like he's had that ability, right, to just turn it on whenever he's needed. 2 break point chances here to give himself a shot at serving out the match. How about that response? And no doubt about that ball. Gonna send it into the parking lot to extend his service game. Another deuce point here, second consecutive. Missed it just long, did Neuchrist. Yeah, that one's just in front of me. Did look indeed a bit long. So Holden Coons holds 4-6-5, meaning it's either going to be, I suppose, 1 or 2 breakers to decide our second set here. To decide, excuse me, our opening match here at the Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge. Alex Gruskin here. We got 8 more hours of tennis for all of you fans at home, so be sure to stick in with us. Of course, I know it's a fantastic day in Cincinnati as well. We talked about the men's quarterfinals earlier. Djokovic, Fritz, Hurkacz's Popperin, little Purcell, Alcaraz action. Of course, I think the women's side may be even better. Swiatek, Vondrousova, obviously the last 2 major champions, the headline match, but I mean, Jabeur Sabalenka has been one of the sneaky fun rivalries of the past 18 months. Vondrousova, by the way, up an early break 3-2 in Cincinnati. Of course, coming up later, you've got your other women's quarterfinals, not just Jabeur Sabalenka, but Muchova, Bouzkova, Coco Gauff in another quarterfinal, very winnable match against Jasmine Paolini. Eubank Shelton, one of the most exciting doubles teams we have, I would argue, in the sport right now. They're still alive. Taylor Townsend, Alicia Parks, that's a really fun All-American team as well. It's a good day. Good day in the tennis world. Something at all hours to watch right now. Of course, we're going to watch and see, can Max Neuchrist send us to a second set breaker? He'll serve 5-6 here in our opening match. Oh, yes. That's awesome. Saw it the whole way, too. Edge outside the ball, opened up the face beautifully. The job well done. Ridiculous. And that's, again, the sort of lefty patterns where Holden Coons thrives. Can you become your conference player of the year? You play #1 singles, Division I tennis for 3 consecutive seasons. You've got some game. There's a reason Tony Bresky and Wake Forest came a-calling. Given the world number 230, all sorts of troubles here in set number 2. It's a job well done. Continues to press forward now, game point chances. Not too shabby. Coons has definitely found something in this second set. That forehand into the corner, snap it off, pinch forward. That's a new wrinkle, and one he's going to have to hit confidently as he progresses into his pro career. There's ace number 8. Put it on the board. Sends us to a breaker. First to 7, win by 2. Not the worst way to kick off the day, huh? A little second set breaker. 8 aces as well, so $80 to the cause. Good job by you. Just missed hit it. But again, that's asking the exact right question. If you're Max Neuchrist, put your young opponent, Holden Coons, under a little bit of pressure. Mini break lead, 1-love. Of course, we see that. Apologies, folks. No, we currently have something blocking off our camera view. Gonna grab that here shortly. Camera should be back set for you all. 3 straight points here to Holden Coons. Oh. Assassinated. Just a beautiful forehand. 3 all overall now on the turn. For what it's worth, Max Neuchrist 14-7 this year in breakers. Not too shabby, winning 2/3 of them. But of course, let's see. Oh, he's won his last 2 in all what were ultimately losing efforts. Prior to that, had lost 1, 2, 3, 4. Lost 5 breakers consecutively for what it's worth. Again, Neuchrist losing 11 of his last 12 matches entering this weekend's play. So more than anything, he's got to be happy to have a shot at a victory here today. See if we can't grab him in the booth, win or lose after this match. Try and talk to our players before the start of our next battle. Oh yeah, couple of overheads picked off now. That's been when in doubt, go to the well. Four, 3 now, so I'll go move that umbrella again. I mean, come on now, that's a home court bounce. That's knowing all the angles. Holden Coons comes up with the goods. And now he's got 2 set point chances. Might as well take a rip. You've earned it.
6-5, Coons.
Still another set point. This one on serve for James Madison University Player of the Year, Holden Coons. Let's see what he can come up with. Oh, perfect. We're going the distance. Here in Wyomissing, excuse me. Split sets. Holden Coons 7-6 in the second, so now it will be a 10-point breaker to decide things. Again, if you're Max Neuchrist, got a break point chance for 6-5. serve first. No. And I expect to see a raising of intensity here. Those lefty patterns. That serve wide first shot to the open due side court. It has worked flawlessly for the past hour. And that's ace number 8. No, ace number 9, excuse me. Put the ace on the board, Westhoff. Another one for the cause. I like the start we're on. This is a good pace. It's a mini break to Holden Coons. And again, it's so amazing. That first set, everything was in rhythm for Neuchrist. Everything looked so easy. That's another one. Double digits in the opening match. $100 to the Antietam High School community. Good tennis, better cause. 3-2. Coons leads. Mini break here in the third. That's gorgeous. Great aggression, and again, this is what I was afraid of here in the third, is we just see, dare I say, a different level of intensity, different level of focus from start to finish in this breaker from Neuchrist, whose best has been the best in this match. It's just a little easier for him to find that big forehand, a little easier for him to create opportunities to work his way forward. Again, credit to Holden Coons, who has scrapped, clawed, stayed the course. We're as tied up as tied can be. 3-all, deciding set again. 1st to 10 here in this super breaker. Win by 2. That's been the biggest difference. That forehand line in particular has been laced a couple of times now by Neuchrist, who takes his first mini break lead up the breaker 4-3. I think from here is where he doesn't turn back. Ridiculous. Finds a couple of passes. Just critical moments, whether it was the net court pass for 6-4. That one struck beautifully for 4-all back on serve. And no, missed it wide.
5-4 Coons.
So now it's a mini break lead again for Holden Coons. Yeah, if you're Max Neuchrist, you hear the oi, oi, oi. This is where the ghosts of the past 2-3 months begin to creep in. Has lost 11 of 12, 12 of 14 overall. Again, looking for any sort of win here. Yeah, sailed on him.
6-4 Coons.
Massaged it just a little too much. Again, you get the point of the slice. He's asking the question of Coons, can you continue to replicate that spin production? The answer for Coons is yes, I can. Now all of a sudden a mini break lead's consolidated for 6-4. No, just missed it.
I'm sorry, what was it called? 7-4 Coons.
Oh no, not called long. He said too good. Beautiful snap by Coons there. Again, gets around that forehand. That is, as he coined it, a traditional lefty pattern. Holden Coons 3 points away from the victory now. 7-4 he leads. That is a fully consolidated mini break, my friends. He can sneak out one here. Now the match is on his racket. Yeah, it's too good.
7-5
It's great overhead back to the well. First forehand, follow it in. That's been Neuchrist at his best today. Great service, great response. And now the pressure goes right back onto Holden Coons' shoulders, the 22-year-old again. Just wrapped up his 4th year at James Madison, set all sorts of program records, Conference Player of the Year, #1 singles player the past 3 seasons. He's Wake Forest bound. Can he earn a victory here this weekend? Oh, I love the choice. Love the attempt, but yeah, better return there from Max Neuchrist. Just knifes that one at the feet. That's been the underwhelming, or the, I suppose, overlying issue here for Holden Coons. Everything's had to be perfect. Everything's had to hit the strike zone flawlessly for him to manufacture the sort of pace needed to really pressure Neuchrist today. 7-4, now 7-all here overall. Make it 8-7. That's a great serve down the tee. Looking for the ball for the moment. That's what 8-all should look like in any level. Intensity through the roof, match point Holden Coons. That's excellent. What a way to end it. Maybe the biggest win in the career of Holden Coons. Now let's be clear, it's just an exhibition event, but Holden Coons 2-6, 7-6, 10-8. How about that to kick off our Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge? Match #1 now officially in the books. Coming up next, we got another fun battle. Michael Zang, the rising Columbia star. I should say Columbia University star, rising sophomore. Gonna take on a veteran of this process, top 600 player in the world, recent ITF title winner in KP Pannu. That match coming up next. We'll have that and so much more, though, of course, as our action rolls on. You're watching our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2023 Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge.
Holden, wow, great effort here. 3-set win. Your thoughts here, kicking things off. Great opportunity for you, make the most of it. Your thoughts on the match here?
Yeah, thought started off a little tight there, things, and I was able to kind of get into it. Routine on my serve on the second set, with holding out and took the breaker, and then a 10-point breaker. I didn't think it happened, so it got very close there, 8-all, just a point. And breaker take off.
Absolutely, Holden. Great effort. I gotta ask you, got the Ellesse gear on. How does it feel out there rocking the Ellesse gear? Comfortable? Enjoyable?
Yeah, first time in it. So far successful, so hopefully it'll keep up.
I have to keep talking with Dave about this stuff. Great result here today. You're gonna have another match, and then you're back on here for the third match here. So congratulations. One more hand for our match number 1 winner, Holden Coons. So ladies and gentlemen, we will take a 10-minute break here. We will get the court ready for our second match, Michael Zang versus JP Pannu. That will be coming up here in 10 minutes. We do have the food truck available out front, Rendezvous. Some great food out there. You can check that out in front of the empty tennis court. We also have our silent auction table, 6 wonderful items here up for silent auction. And there are QR codes on posters throughout the empty tennis court that you can do direct donations to the Antietam Tennis Flood Relief Fund. All the money going to Antietam for that, for the flood relief for their cause. So again, 10 minutes here. We will take a quick 10-minute break. We'll get things ready for match number 2 coming up here at the Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for match number 2 here at the Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge. First, let's welcome our ball kids to the court. And now for our players. Our first player from New Jersey. He is a top 16 player in the NCAAs as a freshman from Columbia. He was a finalist at the Puerto Rico Challenger this year. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge, Michael Zang. And our second player, also a returning player to the Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge. From New Zealand, he made his debut at the ATP 500 event at the City Open 2 weeks ago. Let's welcome back to the court, KP Pannu.
Players, when I get done with the introductions at the net, they come back here.
The chair umpire for today's match, Mr. Dave Long.
Welcome back in, everyone, to our Cracked Rackets coverage of Day 1 of the 2023 Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge. We are here at the beautiful Emke Tennis Garden in Wyomissing, Pennsylvania. It's great to be back for our third consecutive year. Great to be back for the fourth year of this event, of course. Dare I say we had a little bit of an upset earlier today. Holden Coons, the incoming graduate student at Wake Forest, 3-set winner over world number 230, 32-year-old veteran Maximilian Neuchrist. And now we get ready to move towards match number 2. These are a couple of veterans here at our Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge event. A couple of faces we saw last season. Certainly here at Cracked Rackets, we've been fortunate enough to see plenty of Michael Zang, the rising 19-year-old Columbia sophomore, reached the finals of his first Challenger event earlier this summer. I see his Columbia head coach Howie Endelman's made the drive as well to come watch Zang play. Sophomore All-American on the near side. On the far side, the former Columbus State All-American standout, dear friend of the program, KP Pannu. Pannu winning his first ITF title at the end of last season. He's been out with injuries for much of the last 6 months as the 26-year-old, but he's healthy. He's back on court. He's ready to get his home stretch of 2023 rocking and rolling. It'll be KP Pannu to serve first. Time to say those 4 magical words, folks. Let's play some tennis.
First set, KP Pannu to serve. Ready? Play.
Again, KP Pannu, limited match play this year, just 2-5 overall in ITF, ATP sanctioned professional matches. Of course, most notably, a couple weeks ago to start the month in Cincinnati, actually qualified for the main draw. First time he'd done that. 3-set wins over Dennis Kudla, Bruno Kuzahara, the talented young American, to get into that main draw before a straight set loss to Aslan Karatsev. KP Pannu asking over that point for confirmation. We're calling our own lines, right? The answer is yes. We have a chair umpire, but it is the honor system. Nice way to fight off a first break point. We go to a deciding point here again. 2 out of 3 sets, no ad scoring. Third set, a 10-point super breaker. Zang gonna like to go right to the deuce side. He's obviously played a year of that. Over the past year in college tennis, so he'll be more than comfortable, ready for the deciding point. Let's see where KP goes with the serve. I look slice wide. He likes to serve and volley in these spots. Instead goes flat T, of course. Oh, that's ATP good. That's stepping into a forehand, ending a point on your terms. KP Pannu. Ripper down the line, 4-1 love. I had to make sure that ball was confirmed, called good. I mean, come on now. Gripped and ripped by KP Pannu to get things started again. 1 love here, opening set. Great to see more and more people continue to file in here at the Emke Tennis Garden. You know, they've got the food truck out front now. So again, it's full circle. Food truck out front. Tennis here in the backyard. Year-old Michael Zang, of course, last year beat Ryan Harrison at this event on his way to the semis. Kick off his opening service game here of set number 1. Not too shabby. It's real smooth from Michael Zang. Holds 4-1 all. Again, this 19-year-old, he's just got game. He's so measured in everything he wants to do already. No, that one missed wide for sure.
15 love.
Still, it does feel like unless KP is active's the wrong word. Proactive's the word I'm looking for. Unless he's going to be a little bit more proactive in his aggression, he is going to be in trouble today. Oh. Ooh. Love the move forward, love the hands, love the quickness. That's what you get with KP Pannu. Again, Pannu, 26 years old. Out of Wellington, New Zealand. He's the current world number 5. Excuse me. The world number 651. There we go. That's the magic number. Forehand return those sails on Zang. That'll be the key for KP. I do think his serve, his first forehand, they are weapons. We saw it on that deuce point in the opening service game. You could argue those are the two biggest weapons on the court from a pace perspective. But then Michael Zang does that. He's just so good at tennis. You can ask all sorts of questions. This 19-year-old usually has the answer. Another tricky spot here in the early service game of KP Pannu. KP Pannu holds for 2-1. On serve early going, a little smile to the booth as well. Always looking good in the all-diadem gear is KP Pannu. Alex Ruskin here again. Match number 2 on the day. We got 4 more after this. We're playing our round robin out. We got 6 players in the draw. These 2, Max Neuchrist, who we saw earlier, Holden Coons as well, still to play. Ryan Harrison will come up in our next match. He'll take on Holden Coons, who will return to the court after that. Philip Misolic, I believe, is going to take on Michael Zang. So those 2 matches coming up next. Then we've got our night session, Ryan Harrison versus Neuchrist. KP Pannu versus Misolic as well. Again, so early, 2-1, too early for us to be talking tactics. Of course, you look for Michael Zang, who's benefited not just from the Accelerator program, offered to the top collegiate players in the world again, the rising sophomore out of Columbia University, standing right by me, so I'll try not to compliment him too much. But the rising sophomore and All-American in his freshman season, played spectacular tennis in his round of 16 NCAA loss to finalist Andre Styler. See if he can raise that level again. Zang serving here. 1-2 opening set. so fast in those net exchanges. That's where he is at his best, no doubt about it. Nice response here from KP Pannu. 4 breakpoint chances to kick off this opening set.
Game for New. New lead 3-1. First set.
So the opening break and the opening damage is done. KP Pannu breaks for 3-1 here in the opening set. Alex Gruskin here. All right, now how does Michael Zang respond? He's had looks in both of KP Pannu's opening service games. Again, no doubt that was a loose game. Hard to describe it as anything but. Yeah, just missed it long. As you hear in the background, the loving support of Michael Zang's father, whom I just refer to as Mr. Zang, one of the lovely people you have the opportunities to interact with in my job. You can just get why Michael, the success he's had, given the support he's received at all stages. And just missed it. It's a heck of a response here from the 19-year-old. Connects on a couple of forehands, gets in behind them. Head coach of the Columbia Lions, Howard Endelman, in the crowd again, speaks to that support. Coach Endelman driving down from the city. It's got to be at least 3 hours, right? The city, meaning New York City. That's the only the city I'll hear. It's a nice serve. Yeah, I'm sorry. Chicago's not the city. LA's not the city. I'm from the suburbs of Detroit, and I can tell you, New York is the city. All that is to say, Coach Endelman drove down from the city today. here to support his freshman, who will go straight from here to U.S. Open qualifying. Heck of a rally, longest of the match. Sets up 2 break points, 3 break point chances right back for Michael Zang. And look, the longer the rally, the more you lean towards Zang. That's not KP's game. KP wants to be taking that ball early on the rise, getting forward as quickly as possible. For sure. I'm sitting right on that line, no doubt it was wide. So Zang breaks right back, 4-2-3. All right, now we've got ourselves a match. No harm, no foul. Again, it's not a break until you consolidate. KP Pannu unable to do so, keeps us on serve here in our second match. And again, you see on your screen, I believe, 10 aces so far today. What does that symbolize? Why is that important? Well, for those of you unaware, unfortunately, this Pennsylvania community, in particular the Antietam High School community, dealt with a weather disaster, flooding, wrecking much of the local high school, certainly ruining all the courts. Thus, this event this week, the Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge, not just for the people of the City of Reading community to enjoy, not just for the broader Berks Tennis County members to enjoy. No, we've got a specific purpose here as well. We're here to support Antietam High School. $10 for every ace hit on the weekend can be dedicated to the school, dedicated to the fund focused on rebuilding the area. So again, great tennis, greater cause. Thrilled to be a part of it here at Cracked Rackets. Got a fun start to this match so far. Fun contrast of styles. Again, Zang wants to be that aggressor from the baseline, but he wants to make this match physical. KP Pannu uses physicality in a different way. He uses his speed, his strength to beat you to the spot. Back on serve, 3-2 opening set. Zang didn't make the call, thought it would be clear enough. It was not in the moment, certainly is now. No doubt about that one. You see the finger coming up, so there we go now. Game point chances here to level things at 3 apiece. Good approach again. Anytime KP can use his speed, step in and snap off a ball early, he has done it. It's his game style. It's how the 26-year-old rolls. Again, won his first pro title at the end of last season in New Zealand. Actually used that success to earn a wild card into the Auckland main draw at the start of January. Has been dealing with a plantar fasciitis type injury in his foot ever since. There's ace number 1 of the day for Michael Zang. There's $10 on the board. Excuse me. It's now $110 on the board overall.
Balls, please.
Love that little kick. Again, the racket speed is very impressive, as is the general feel of KP Pannu. Lands good. That's the Michael Zang we saw so much of during the college season. That ability to step in at will. Again, crank things up, not just from a pace perspective, but the heaviness of that forehand. It's an extreme grip, a bigger backswing, but when he connects right, boy, is it effective. There it is, KP Pannu steadies the ship. He holds 4-3. Opening set here at the M-Key Tennis Garden in Pennsylvania. Forehand's just spraying on him right now. And so it's 4 breakpoint chances here now for KP Pannu. A rare spot where he's the veteran, no longer the young showman, dare I say, at this event. Now, he's come here with a mission. He's come here to get some victories. That's too good. That's Michael Zang at his finest when that forehand opens up.
15-40.
Gets that edge outside the ball. Michael Zang fights his way all the way back to deuce now. Deciding point coming up. You go deuce side if you're KP. You go ad side. What do you think? Did just enough with that little slow roller. Again, was the right play, was the simple play. And talking to Michael yesterday, he said that's been the thing I've been working on, the simple play. First serve, first forehand.
Heads up. Down here. Quickly. Thank you.
4 all overall, opening set. That's a little too cute. Beautiful backhand. I don't remember KP having this sort of pace on that wing. That's a new development. That, dare I say, that's his game maturing. That's playing pro tennis for a couple of months, realizing, you know what? Need to find some weapons. Need to find a way to make life easy for myself. Now, again, that's the volley he wanted. Just got a little too cute with it. So instead of 40-15, 30-all. A little bit of an opening here for Zang. Okay. That was a forehand right into the strike zone. It's a ball you check the tape on. Can't miss that one. Easier to say in the booth, but you can see it on the face of Michael Zang. He is disgusted with himself after that miss. Gorgeous. Oh, that's absolutely beautiful. Can't draw it up better than that. If you're KP Pannu, the beautiful teardrop of a lob. He holds 4-5-4, the pressure back on 19-year-old Michael Zang to extend the opening set. Alex Gruskin here. If you are at all located near Wyomissing, Pennsylvania, you gotta be here at the Emke Tennis Garden. It is a beautiful day for tennis. Right now, 77, 78 degrees, on court. Feels like it's about 83, 84 when you're directly under that sun. But given what we've been going through this summer, a summer of record heats everywhere, this is more than manageable, more than tolerable. Dare I say, this is pleasant tennis weather for not just these players, but fans here to enjoy. That's why you got to be here. Get to hang out. Cracked Rackets crew, hang out with the Emkes. You go home 22 chocolate chip cookies more full. That's my ideal weekend. I don't know what you guys are up to. Maybe watching Cincinnati. Of course, your first winner of the day, Iga Swiatek, threw in straight sets. See if maybe later in the day we can get Westoff to get us a little graphic of all the results we see in Cincinnati throughout the course of the day. Still very early in the afternoon, so we're not there yet. But Iga Swiatek again, 7-6, 6-1, your first singles winner of the day. Of course, our first winner here was Holden Coons in 3-set. Who's going to join him in the winner's circle? Let's find out. Michael Zang to serve 4-5. Oh. I couldn't tell if that was in or not. Okay, it was indeed good. Love 15. Another beautiful backhand down the line, striped by KP Pannu. That one got away from him. I like the swing, though. I like the intent. It's an aggressive KP Pannu. Never have an issue with that. Yeah. It's good luck, though. I like the attempt. Smiles through it. That's all we can ask for. I just think everything's a little bit more purposeful for KP here this season. I know he missed that, and its game point chances obviously Zang for 5-all, but there's just a little bit more intent in everything he's doing. Obviously, a couple of errors in that game, so Zang holds 4-5-all, but it's been about a year since I've gotten to see him play in person. These are the little details you notice here in the booth. And again, Alex Gruskin here. If you're just joining us, exchange of breaks happened early in this set. It was a 3-1 lead for KP Pannu. Immediately broken back by Zang. We've been on serve ever since. Of course, earlier today was a 3-set win for Holden Coons as well. So maybe 3 sets tight mats is just going to be our theme once again. That's an ace for KP Pannu. I believe his first of the set. There it is. Cha-ching. KP looking this way to say that's $10 right there, right? Indeed it is. First of the match for KP. Second of the match overall. Puts us at the $20 mark for Antietam High School. $120 overall for the event. Couple of sailed returns, so game point chance here for KP Pannu. Doing his part to get us to a first set breaker. It's interesting. That ball came in a little flat into the forehand of KP. That's why he sailed it. Wonder if Michael Zang notices that starts to flatten things out, particularly when he does go about chasing that KP Pannu forehand. It does feel like that's the side more likely to give you the error. A little bit bigger of a backswing, likes to accelerate through it a little bit more. Okay, KP Pannu does hold for the 6-5 lead. Keeps us on serve here in the opening set. That's ace number 13, by the way. Third of the match. 2 now for KP Pannu here. Starting to heat things up. I like it. Can't get out of the set without giving at least 50 bucks, right? We can muster up 5 aces a set. Of course, aces for Antietam. One of the causes we're playing for here at the Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge. So grateful to the countless supporters we see. You may see them in the background there. Obviously, Ellesse, Arete. We got the chance to rock out some Arete towels. Hooked us up with a shirt as well. Very stylish. That juxtaposition of New York art and tennis clothing that they try to bring to the brand. Always very much appreciated. Obviously, aces for Antietam, something we're excited about. We're also excited to try out our new tweener lighting system here tonight. We'll have our first night matches in Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge history. Of course, the night match for sure will be Misolic versus KP Pannu. Zang serving 5-6. If it's $10 for an ace, can we do like a buck for a double fault? Maybe a penny? Loose errors, double fault in the backhand sails now. 2 points away from the set is KP Pannu. Looking right now at the conversation between Michael Zang's father and Columbia head coach Howard Endelman. Trying to see if I can glean any insight. Oh, that's gorgeous. That's a beautiful ball. That's much more like it if you're Michael Zang. And that forehand, again, a little wristy, but when he connects well with it, there's so much action on that ball. First serve percentage is poor, though, today. That's more like it. That's really nice. That's what I mean when I say aggressive baseliner. Michael Zang wants to step in full unleash of the racket speed. And man, is his racket speed impressive in person. Oh, that's ridiculous. 3 straight ridiculous winners. And they all seemed in rhythm. I shouldn't say ridiculous. They were all easy enough, weren't they? Sets up 2 game point chances to send us to a breaker. KP KP Pannu goes right back to the deuce side for this deciding point. Give us an ace. Come on. Well, close enough. It's an easy +1 forehand. That's what I know he's been focused on this summer. Talked to him yesterday in media day. You can all go check out those clips. I'll add to his pile. Maybe Westhoff will release all those interviews individually on the Cracked Interviews over the next day or so. Not exactly sure what the plan is. But certainly to see Michael Zang play a summer of pro tennis, I asked him, what's the biggest difference? He said the serve, the first strike, everyone's just that much more efficient. Well, that's pro efficiency there to send us to a breaker. Yeah, racket speed's just on point. And now you just look at the body language of both Mr. Zang and Columbia coach Howard Endelman. They're much more positive. I think they finally start to see this 19-year-old, the one they're charged with improving, starting to step in, starting to play, dare I say, his best tennis. He hasn't so far. It's been a little inconsistent here in this first hour of play. And KP Pannu, by the way, will do that to you. Can't buy a first serve, though. That's, I mean, other than the one he hit, I suppose, at deuce. It's a great second serve. Just over the net tape, but heavy into that forehand. And again, that's the play to me. Pace into that KP Pannu forehand. More than pace, heaviness into that forehand. Heavy topspin. That to me is what's going to draw the errors. It's just a system play. It's a system play from Michael Zang there. That's sloppy. That's the KP Pannu of old. Again, one of those risky, throw it out there, try to grab all the momentum in one swing sort of shots that just love 3 down in the breaker. That's not the shot selection you're looking for. Double fault there from Pannu. On the precipice of a shutout, aren't we? 5-love, triple mini break lead now for Michael Zang. Let's see if he can close things out. All right, maybe that gets things going. Long way to go still. 5-1. Michael Zang now. Double mini break, not triple mini break lead here in our opening set. And remember, all these round robin matches, 2 out of 3 sets. Third set, a 10-point tiebreak. All the scoring no ad. This breaker first to 7, win by 2. That third set super breaker first to 10, win by 2. 26-year-old KP Pannu of New Zealand. Currently just outside the top 600 of the ATP rankings, working his way back from injury. I think he's got a big push here. I'm not willing to write this set off quite yet. KP, you're always one rip away from magic. Oh, ridiculous.
5-2, Zang.
I thought Zang was going to make that pass. Looks like he had a grip on it, but that KP Pannu backhand, I'm telling you, that was not something he was doing a year ago. I still got to give a shout out to Diadem. The gear looks clean. It really does. No disrespect to the Yonex clothing. Yonex, as it's properly told. Being repped right now by Michael Zang, and I'm all in on Yonex rackets, but that Diadem gear is nice. That one got away from him though, so it'll be quadruple set point coming up now for Michael Zang. Yeah, that one's pretty. First one though, floating wide on him, so 4 set points for the rising sophomore, excuse me, out of Montville, New Jersey. Yeah, it's really well done. Oh, he caught it.
6-3, Zang.
It's a nice snag by our ball boy. Nice snag indeed. Looked like it was going to pop him in the chest. He just stuck his hand out a little. Got a one-handed Derek Jeter snag out of the outfield. Still 3 more set points here for Zang. Oh, just long off the racket of KP Pannu. So the first set does go to Michael Zang, 7-6. That was a fun one, though. Extraordinarily competitive set between these two, the 19-year-old Zang. Slow start from 3-1 down. Again, 7-6. He takes the opening set. Alex Gruskin here seeing all sorts of faces start to file in. So we're going to shift out the ball boys. Out goes shift number 1. Ball kids, I should say. In comes shift number 2. So as you just heard, apologies for the pause. If you're interested in that retro green Jalen Hurts jersey, if you're interested in a retrograde Miami jacket, if you're interested in a Dominic Thiem signed racket, I'm not going to pay for you, but if you Venmo me, I'm happy to pass it forward. Part of the silent auction going on here. Again, all those proceeds from the silent auction go into both the Antietam High School fund efforts to refund after, again, damaging flooding. Unfortunately, taking out all the courts, taking out much of the high school facility as well. Proceeds for the silent auction also going to support the Berks County Tennis Association. City of Reading tennis program, I believe it's called, aka Core Tennis. I know the amount of efforts by the core team, not just to again ensure tennis in the community, but to ensure a safe place for everyone in the community to turn to should they like. Ooh, I thought we had ace number 4 there for a moment. We do not. We do have the start of set number 2. Michael Zang up a set to serve first. That's been the biggest difference over the past 30 minutes. That first serve, that +1 forehand, the consistency with which he's found it. It's just much, much better. Yeah. Let take 2 the call there, that one. For sure tipped. Could see it from my vantage point, that's the word. Volleys have been a little off today. You think back to, again, KP as he was looking to close out a break. What was that, 5-4? Maybe 4-3 in the opening set. It was a 30-all point. He had that low volley at his body, just kind of U'd it, got a little too handsy. That one, the backswing a little big there as well. I love the aggression with which KP closes. The volley's just a little too much today. Didn't move his feet. Right swing, right intent, wrong execution. So it's three early quick game point chances here for Michael Zang. Nah, that's just good guessing. That's what I like to hear. That was nice. Got it on the tape as well. Who knew you could volley? Michael Zang saying that one's for me here in the booth. We'll take the gift, and with it, he'll take an opening hold. 1-love here. Second set. Again, Alex Gruskin here. It's been a fun match. I mean, what, 2 breaks so far? One per guy. KP breaking for 3-1, Zang breaking right back. I think this is where we start the KP Pannu push. This is where we see that raised aggression, that raised focus as well. Remember, he's played only 7 matches here in 2023. Now played 3 of them at the start of the month, 2 qualifying matches to get into that 500 level City Open. Knocked out 6-1 by Aslan Karatsev in the opening round. Wins over Kudla, Kuzahara. He knows it a little too casual. That high backhand, you have all of that time, why not make it an overhead? He's quick enough. Certainly has the hands over the top to get there. Yep. Yeah, that's gorgeous. Good eyes. I'm telling you, the backhand's nice. It's real nice for KP Pannu. It's new. I knew he was quick. I knew he had the speed. The pace is something new. I didn't know he had that to him. Ridiculous. That's elite. Depth on that return. I don't know what else you can do. Dare I say, that's the bridge Michael Zang walks with that forehand. Extreme nature of the grip. When he connects, boy, is that ball heavy. Just the opportunities for mishitting. About 20% higher. Oh, but that one sneaks good. KP continuing to charge forward. Now Zang's starting to get a little read on it, huh? Oh, that's gorgeous. So now we go to a deciding point. Zang's, yeah, ooh, it's a change up of the side. He's going to say, let's try the ad side. He had gone deuce on the last one. KP holds 4-1 all here in the opening set. Got a little tricky. Just wanted to make sure we were all still awake. We are. We see it. 1 all overall. This is where you're going to step into some backhands. That's what I like to see. Backhand looks nice today, by the way. Yeah. It's real nice. Of course, we get to have some chatting. That's not much you can do in elite first serve. I might just let that one go by next time if I'm KP. Take the $10 for Antietam High School. I mean, that's ridiculous. Ah, little handsy.
Zang lead.
So, ball ends up in the net. It's a 2-1 lead on serve here, second set. It's become a really fun battle between these two. You see just, again, the tactical back and forth. KP Pannu telling me here in the booth, and this is the fun of an event like this, is players as they're on this far baseline, because, again, it's an exhibition. We're here to be serious on court, but we're still here to have fun. Not just go through the motions, of course. Nevertheless, this is one of those opportunities where these players will indulge me when I ask a couple of tactical notes. What are they looking for? KP saying, look, I got to push forward. I'm not beaten. He didn't say it in this many words, but he said, yeah, pushing forward's the play. Got to keep taking my chances. If he passes me as he has, too good. The gist of the message, though, if it becomes a battle at the baseline, that battle's going the way of Michael Zang. So for KP Pannu, make this match athletic, focus on the extracurriculars. Dare I say, forehand to forehand, maybe no. Backhand to backhand, maybe no. But get this match in the outer thirds. Get KP Pannu perhaps to overthink now. Things become a little more interesting. Again, Zang 7-6, 2-1 lead here in our second match of the day. Of course, coming up next, action only going to continue to stay fun. Ryan Harrison. Got the chance to chat with him last night, one of my favorites to talk to. Just a brilliant tennis mind. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Sometimes that mind maybe gets in his own way. But boy, can that man address X's and O's. I mean, I was talking to him last night about some X's and O's, and he said, look, it's a different Ryan Harrison this week. He said, I feel healthy for the first time in 5 years. Dangerous prospect for the rest of the tour. Dangerous prospect for all of our competitors here this week as KP Pannu will serve down a set, 1-2 here in the second. Too cute.
Left 15.
Tried to do the low dipper there, did KP Pannu. And actually, I don't hate the place of dip and chase, as my coach used to call it. You dip that first one at the feet, you better be ready to chase down that second volley. KP did the chase part excellently. Just, again, a little too cute trying to hit the bump lob there off the volley. Even sounds low percentage, right? The bump lob volley. It's not a thing. He's been knocking on the door here last couple of return games. And now it's break point chances. Michael Zang, he's done the one thing KP wants most. He's taken the net away from the 26-year-old from New Zealand. Heck of a performance from the 19-year-old from New Jersey, Michael Zang. 3 breakpoint chances to extend his lead. Never how you want to see a break seeded, but ultimately the double fault hands the break over to Michael Zang. So now set in 3-1 lead for the rising sophomore. Time to consolidate. Saw the opposite scenario in set number 1. Volleys are where they are. Maybe if you're KP, you do stay back a few shots longer. Why not just try to extend rallies? Try to maybe out physical. Just throw a different look here at Zang. Down the home stretch. I don't know how successful it might be. Losing that one anyways, as yes, KP played that ball out of the air before it sailed, but again, we knew what direction that was happening. How that point was headed, excuse me. The reason again, oh, that +1's just been elite today. Absolutely elite right now is Michael Zang getting outside the ball. He's taking the net away. It's extraordinarily impressive. So Michael Zang does hold 4-4-1, setting a break lead now officially consolidated by the 19-year-old from New Jersey, Alex Gruskin here against, again, up next. It'll be Ryan Harrison taking on Hudson Coons. Hudson earlier today, 3-set winner over Max Neuchrist, highest ranked win, no doubt, of the recent James Madison grad, future Wake Forest Demon Deacon grad student's career. Ultimately snags that one, 10-8 in the third. Of course, Holden, a ball boy at this event in the past, served as a hitting partner the past couple of years. To now win a match at this event, extraordinary. He's right back out here, though. As again, we got 6 matches to get through today. All of our group play matches on the schedule, including our first nighttime session here at the Emke Tennis Garden. 50 years this court's been around. First time we'll be able to play nighttime tennis here, courtesy of our friends at Tweener Sports Lighting. All right, Michael Zang's out of the chair, 4-1. Up a set and a break is the 19-year-old. The question, of course, is what does he do tactically here down the home stretch? Does he change anything? The answer is, of course, not. It's all been working for the 19-year-old. Just the more, I don't want to say more aggressive baseliner, but the more effective baseliner. His first forehand, that first approach, how well he's finding that +1 forehand strike in his service games. Feels like so many shots, 3, 4 ball rallies, tops, maybe 5, and Zang gets in first volley to kind of knife away, but again, if you're KP Pannu, do you stay the course? It's worked pretty well on serve. It's really the return games where he might want to start reconsidering some of his tactics. Right now he'll serve down just a single break, 1-4 here in the second. It's a loose game. It's a loose. I mean, that's a loose point. One you can't afford with this scoreboard. Love it. Absolutely love it. That's what it's going to take from KP Pannu. That's, dare I say, the reinvented tactic. A willingness to be physical. Is that the first shot? No, because we've seen him hit that lob in particular, but the dip low at the feet, lob over the head passing shot combination for KP, that's been the winner today. He's done that a couple of times now. Sets up a game point chance to keep it a single break deficit. Good hold. That was a must hold. No doubt about it. And now it becomes interesting. Do we change the tactics? Do we stick with what got us here? KP Pannu coming over to the back bench to let me know that was indeed the must hold we projected. Now it gets fun. I think this is where we start to see some new tactics. I think this is where we might start to see KP grind a little more. Boy, that's ridiculous. You can tell KP is ceding an additional 4, 5, maybe even 6 feet behind that baseline. Problem is, you do that, you just invite that sort of opening for Zang. Time for him to crank up that forehand. That's where, again, that flatter ground stroke for KP can get him in a little bit of trouble in terms of the spin production. Feels like that miss is always a miss long, right? Seen a couple of those, though. Double fault leaks in. I will say, body language-wise, KP's not giving up. And I know that sounds very simple, but he's very much in the fight. That's a great serve, though, to eliminate some doubt now. Game point chances. It's too good. Not much you can do about that one. 5-2 lead, 1 game away from the finish line now as it starts to get a little windy, a little cool. Still no rain in the forecast. And believe me, if there is any rain projected, I will be dashing out of this broadcast booth to cover up our camera. But right now, the way I would describe it is just a pleasant afternoon for tennis. Alex Gruskin here. It's about mid-high 70s. Strong cross breeze, which I won't lie, helps me here in the booth. There are times CC Mike Cation or Rob Warner who have now experienced this, Brian Fenley as well, where you're sitting in that booth outside for 8 hours, and even if you're shaded, you're just roasting. Your back is covered in a half sweat the entire day. You're just uncomfortable. That's not the case, is what I'm trying to say here. Very comfortable day for tennis, and it's a comfortable performance right now for the 19-year-old Michael Zang, the rising Columbia University sophomore out of New Jersey, looking very sharp in his opening match. Was down a 3-1 break in the first set, now finds himself up a set, 5-2 here. Match 2 on the day. That's a ridiculous volley. That, my friends, is how you drive the ball at the net. Oh, good leave. I thought that one might drop into. That's been the pass Michael Zang has crushed. That crushed is the wrong word. Has utilized so effectively. It's much more measured here today. Michael Zang can taste it now, can he? 2 points away. And that one gets away from him, so now it's 2 match points coming up for Michael Zang. Oh, that would have been pretty, though. I would have liked it. Still, instead, we go to a deuce point, match point chance now. Goes right back to the deuce side. That's where we... well, interesting. He had ad side success last time. Another must hold for KP Pannu goes the way of the 26-year-old from New Zealand. Fights off 2 match points to do so as well, but now it's crunch time. Now it's showtime. Alex Gruskin here again. Only 2 breaks of serve for Michael Zang today. One to get back on serve in the opening set. The other is what has him currently ahead 5-3 here in the second. Let's see if the 19-year-old has the goods. Sunniest portion, dare I say, of the match thus far. Sun just finally peeking out overhead. Not an ace. I was ready to count it as well, folks. Yeah, that's a frustrating error for KP Pannu. Just didn't quite move his feet to that one. I think he had a little more time than he expected. Still, that ball gets on you so quickly. Four match points for the 19-year-old. It's beautiful anticipation. It's a beautiful way to end match number 2. 19-year-old Michael Zang. 7-6, 6-3. That is exceptional tennis across the board. As that'll do it for match number 2. I'm on court for a little post-match interview. But of course, we'll have more tennis to come here in a little bit. You're watching our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 4th annual Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge.
Pick up all the balls and put them in the box. Make sure there's none in that area of water. Thank you, ball people.
gentlemen, if we can, one more time, let's give it up for our runner-up here in our second match, KP Pannu. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for our winner here in match number 2, Michael Zang. Congratulations. I know it's a tricky one today. Talk me through the match, how you ultimately get through straight.
Yeah, I mean, I think we both started off with
Now, certainly a great show for all those who enjoy. You got a lot of showmen here, worried about the show, not the level. But for those of you that don't know, big news coming yesterday. Michael now getting a wild card into qualifying for the U.S. Open, so you'll be headed there next, something we're all excited about. What does that mean to you, and what does that mean this weekend? What are you going to use this for in preparation?
yeah, I mean, I hope that I can look forward to this similar and focus on experience running back.
We love to hear it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for our winner here, Michael Zang. We will be back with our next match up 10 minutes from now. It'll be Ryan Harrison coming out on court. We'll be picking out Holden Coons for that match coming up in about 10 minutes. Hang tight. We'll have more tennis over here at the Ellesse Pro Tennis Channel.
That's why you screwed up.
You are right. You're right.
we will welcome our ball kids here to the court.
My knees are so bad. Oh my god.
Okay, everybody take your places.
Welcome back in, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 4th annual Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge. Alex Gruskin here. We are ready to rock and roll into our 3rd match of the day. Now, you may recognize one of our players out on court. Different Ellesse gear, but it's still the same lefty. Holden Coons, the 22-year-old from Pennsylvania. 3-set winner earlier today over Maximilian Neuchrist. Winning this match will have him through to tomorrow's semifinal. Of course, he's taken on former top 40 player in the world, French Open doubles champion Ryan Harrison. Let's have ourselves a day, and I get to say those magic words again, folks. Let's play some tennis. That's just about where we left him off. Again, Holden Coons just wrapping up his undergraduate career at James Madison. Going to have 1 year of eligibility left. He's going to spend it at Wake Forest. Oh yeah, that's more like it. Of course, about 2:33 it is 2:33 p.m. Eastern Time, hottest part of the day. Coons have to come out play a second match. You wonder how that might factor as this one progresses. Saw the same script against Neuchrist. Was a slow start for Coons. Again, only one ITF event at the pro circuit to his name prior to today, so it's going to take him a second to get accustomed to the level, to the ball striking. Again, the lefty describes his patterns as unequivocally lefty. A slice tee, first forehand inside out on the deuce side, slice wide, first court to the first ball to the deuce court on the ad. Very lefty in his patterns. Could be interesting to see how that factors today against, again, a Ryan Harrison who might honestly prefer that grinding off that backhand wing. First 2 break points, though, fought off by a couple of good first serve, first strikes. Harrison to go right back to that deuce side. Interesting. Just long from Harrison, so a couple of breakpoint chances fought off early, 3 of them by Holden Coons. Holds 4-1 love. Again, all these matches, no ad scoring. 2 out of 3 sets. 3rd set, of course, a 10-point tiebreak. First to 10, win by 2. No ad scoring, but of course 6-all, a breaker here in each of these sets, so regular set scoring. That's the sort of consistency we've come to expect out of Ryan Harrison. Harrison, 31 years old this past May. Career high ranking number 40 back in July 2017, at least in singles. Doubles ranking got as high as top 20, of course, after he won the French Open title. Give us an ace here, Ryan. $10, please. That's what he meant to do anyways. Yeah. So it's a 1-out hold here early. Get Alex Gruskin here. Remember, every ace is a $10 donation to the Antietam community. $10 per ace, not only from the event, but matched, of course, by the USTA section of this region. That's a nice return. It's real nice. And I have the numbers. Harrison 49 and 46 against lefties in his career. Last win came against Bradley Klon earlier this year in Cleveland. Hasn't played a lefty since January, but of course hasn't played a ton of matches either. It's too good. It's a great response here from Holden Coons, who again, all you're asking if you're Holden Coons, hold serve. Do your job. It's what he did in his first match against Neuchrist. Stepping into that back. Would want no part of that backhand today. Has absolutely laced the first few. Has Harrison here. And again, talking to Ryan Harrison. Says he's feeling better physically than he has in quite some time. That's great news for all of us tennis fans. That's a weird swing. Yeah, that's one Harrison wants back. First serve. It had some pace on it, but it was right in the strike zone, and yeah, he just mistimed it. So another game point chance here for Coons. Keep himself ahead 2-1. Another deciding point in the opening that's two deciding points, excuse me, in two service games for Holden Coons. Let's see, yep, last time we went deuce side. Harrison, if nothing else, going to change things up here. Let's try the ad, he says. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. He said he was healthy. He said he was fit. That's the Ryan Harrison we all knew throughout the course of the 2010s. Harrison embracing his inner Rafa. Westhoff, put a pin in that. That might be our social media clip. That might be your shot of the day. Breaks for 2-1 in the opening set. Again, Alex Gruskin here. If you missed it earlier, Holden Coons 3-set winner over Maximilian Neuchrist. Neuchrist 230 in the world. That's the biggest win of Coons' victory by ranking. Coons' career, excuse me, by ranking. Of course, after that, we saw Michael Zang, a rising sophomore from Columbia University. Earned a very confident, dare I say, very definitive straight set victory over KP Pannu, 7-6, 6-3. Of course, we'll see all 4 of those players again here. Well, 3 of them again today. We already see Holden out on court. Coming up next, Zang will play his second match against top highest-ranked player here, Filip Misolic. After that match, Ryan Harrison will come back on court for his battle with Neuchrist, and then we'll end it with a little Misolic KP Pannu battle as we play deep into the night here in our opening day of play at the Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge. Right now, it's 31-year-old Ryan Harrison serving up a break 2-1 here in the first. Yep. Dog, he is on one today. Sorry, the dog slipped out. Probably can save that for the podcasts. Up the ante in my vocabulary here on the broadcast, but boy, oh boy, was that impressive. Harrison giving that one a long look, no doubt in my mind. No, that sails on him. So, of course, Ryan Harrison, again, 31 years old, 1 career title. And singles came at the Memphis Open back in 2017. 3 other finals to his name on the singles court. Slight tennis ball issue. All settled now, ready to rock and roll. Of course, Harrison, born in Louisiana, spent a lifetime in Bradenton, Florida at IMG Academy, where, of course, his dad, Pat, one of the lead coaches, brother Christian, also on the grind as well. That's what we call a schedule double fault. You take that long in between serves, you just know what's coming as a tennis player. Let's head to a deciding point. Why not? That's an interesting choice. Harrison seems to know it as well. I could have tracked down that drop shot. Heck, Daniel Westhoff could have come out of our production booth here on the grounds. Probably still had time to track down that drop shot as well. That one hung up there for Holden Coons to put away. And so, look, it's not a break till you consolidate. Harrison unable to do so. 2-all. The forehand is the side I'm locked in on. That Ryan Harrison forehand just sitting a little short in the court right now. Feels like that's the ball Holden Coons. And again, we're 4 games in, so take it with a grain of salt. That's the ball he's capitalizing on. That's the ball he's on top of. First of the match, $10 to the Antietam High School cause, courtesy of our dear friend, Holden Coons. It's 14 on the day. Second serve ace, does that count as 20 bucks? No, I think it's just going to count as 10. Still 2 aces on the board. It's 20 bucks this game, courtesy of Holden Coons. We appreciate it, buddy. No, that's ridiculous. Nothing you can do about that. Except maybe hit the serve a little bit bigger. But again, second serve there, 40 love. No issue.
Game Coons. Coons leads 3-2, first set.
3-2 back on serve here. Opening set again, Alex Gruskin here. Yeah, it's gorgeous. That's much more comfortable. That's stepping into the forehand. Following through with aggression, the footwork, the timing. That's the routine ball there for Harrison. Yeah, but
15.
Oh, yes. Oh. So-
40-30.
I'll take the L there. Yeah. It's a beautiful tweener. Yeah. Everything was timed well by Ryan Harrison. Everything except the backhand pass. He kind of gave me a look to say, you got a little too excited there, Alex. I heard the cheer. That's on me. I'll take the L. Still another game point chance here for Harrison. That's much better. That rights the ship.
3 games all. First set. All balls this way. Max, you get balls? Yep. Come on, move them down. Move them down. Hurry up. Move.
That's the heater out wide. Levels things at 3 apiece. And again, just what the doctor ordered. If you're Ryan Harrison, Alex Gruskin here.
Team love. 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 Team Coons. Coons lead. Games to 3.
Keeps us on serve 4-3. That's ace number what? 3 of the match. I want to say that means we're at 16 overall. Good math there. 4-3 on serve here.
I want all the balls this way, please.
Again, our opening set. Alex Gruskin here. Feels like it's the same script. When Coons can attack with pace, with depth, into that forehand, he can draw the error. Similarly, when Harrison fires that first serve, there's just not much Coons can do. Yeah. Just missed long on that return. Good spot into the body to mix things up. I like the play. I like the decision. Yeah, missed it wide. That's right by my commentary booth here, that sideline. Interesting. Again, it's been a set of status quo. First serves for both guys, the separating factor. If you're Holden Coons, again, having played a match earlier, about a 2-hour battle against Max Neuchrist. First set, so crucial. Nah, he's pulled out of it. That was the right play. It was the right ball. He's pulled out of it. Got no problem with the attempt, though. Still sets up a game point chance for Harrison for 4-all. I will tell you what. Holden Coons has my attention. Oh, that's ridiculous. We've seen that drop shot a couple of times now from Ryan Harrison. The touch has clearly not gone away. Holds for 4-all overall, but again, Holden Coons has my attention. The aggression. Everything's excluding that error. We'll call that a commentary jinx, but I don't know what the weakness is. I guess if you get enough pace. That's a couple loose errors now in this game, but again, more broadly. Wake Forest is getting themselves a player next season. I just, at the 4, 5, 6 position, which is likely where he'll be expected to play, I just don't know how you're going to go about attacking him. And again, after all the success he had at James Madison, this isn't shocking, but What a shot. To be that bold in that moment, to go for that swing. I wish I could emphasize what percentage of those balls were less than an inch over the net, less than an inch inside the baseline. That was ridiculous. Ridiculous level point. Another deuce point fought off by the server. We stay on serve. 5-4 here opening set. That's been the theme, hasn't it? So what's the difference between these two? What's going to be that deciding factor? That's what we're still searching for here. Again, Alex Gruskin, 4th annual Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge. Always nice to mix in a few new causes this year. To the Aces for Antietam. Every ace, of course, guaranteeing a $10 donation to the Antietam High School community after the damage their school, their courts suffered in recent flooding here in Pennsylvania. Appreciate all the players, how fun they've been. Last night for the player party, we were able to donate a bunch of gear via our friends at Diadem. A massive thank you to AJ, the Diadem team. KP Pannu did an excellent job as their ambassador last night presenting. Whether it was rackets, I believe they got a couple of ball carts. The things you need to have a viable, vibrant tennis program. Speaking of vibrant tennis, it's good to have a healthy Ryan Harrison back. He'll serve 4-5 opening set. Yeah, lands good. That's a real nice way to start this 4-5 service game. That's a great serve. There it is. It's $10 to the cause, contributed via Ryan Harrison, ace number 1 of the day. 4th of the match. 17th of the afternoon. Now he goes off speed as well. That ball got up on the shoulder real quick of Holden Coons. Still, that's a loose return error. It's up 3 game point chances to send us towards bonus time here in our opening set. That's ridiculous.
30. Maxwell.
I do think there was a moment that happened about halfway through his second set against Max Neuchrist earlier today where Holden Coons decided, I'm not leaving anything in the tank. I'm swinging freely. It's his only chance here today. Boy, has he changed direction well. Just, dare I say, traditional lefty. And now he's got a set point chance as that forehand gets a little loose. Yeah, that'll do. Back to the well. First serve, first forehand. Got a little shaky. But ultimately executes, holds 4-5 all, sends us to bonus time. Here in set number 1. Again, no breaks. Excuse me, no break separation. They traded breaks in early in the set. That's it. Yeah, that forehand return, though, has been inconsistent, we'll say. It's a rip. Little aimless though, right? Did you need that early in the point? Especially when you feel like the legs are the biggest weapon for Harrison thus far. Legs, first serve, backhand. In that order. Yeah, that's ridiculous. And again, why am I employing hyperbole for all of you fans at home? I'm sitting right behind the baseline on that Ryan Harrison return. I watched the contact point. I watched the footwork. Having struggled with that return many a times in my life, you just know a good one when you see it. $10 to the cause. Just know that benefit of the doubt. We appreciate it here, Ryan. Fourth ace of the day for Coons. Fourth of the match. Total count now at 18. That's been the return that's been... Okay, he walked away, so now I feel more confident in saying it. That's been the return that's been a little off for Ryan Harrison today. I was going to say that when he was staring me down. I know here at Cracked Rackets we have an ethos. Don't talk smack if you're not willing to do it to a player's face, but you tell Ryan Harrison his forehand returns off. See how that goes. Harrison, anyways, going to serve to stay alive in the set 5-6. Shout out to Holden Coons, man. The 22-year-old from York, Pennsylvania, again, just wrapped what was arguably the most successful college tennis career in James Madison men's tennis program history. Coons, the #1 singles player his last 3 seasons, over 140 combined singles, doubles wins during his career. JMU Male Scholar Athlete of the Year, first team All Sun Belt, ITA Scholar Athlete, Dean's List, President's List, you name it. He's accomplished the accolade during his time in college. Of course, now headed for his final year of eligibility, not only to get a graduate degree, but get to play a little more tennis. for the 2018 NCAA championship winning Wake Forest Demon Deacons. Talk about that more come January. For now, Ryan Harrison gets away with one. Another hung volley. Yeah. That's why you build 40 love, right? Give yourself some room to take a swing like that.
Team Harrison. 6 games all. First set, tiebreaker.
So we're headed to a breaker. Another one. Had at least one in all 3 of our matches now, haven't we? Speaks to the surface, speaks to the conditions, speaks to the quality of play. Not a lot separating any of the members of our field. Oh, that's ridiculous. And honestly, you got to give a credit to Holden Coons. The guy with the least amount of pedigree, the guy with the most uncertainty surrounding him entering the day. He's one of 2 guys with a victory under his belt. Oh, yeah. I'm going to be honest, if I'm Holden Coons, everything to the Ryan Harrison forehand. That forehand for Harrison's the one where he's just been a little less solid. He's popped up. Feels like that forehand return in particular has just been straight up a struggle. ridiculous ball. Paves 2 lines to hit. Holden freaking Coons. Absolutely incredible. Again, he had played 1 ITF Pro match. Of course, our pleasure. So 4-2 mini break lead for Holden. Coons has not made a single mental mistake here today. No lapses in concentration. No way. It drops good. It's 3 lines in the last 3 points for Holden Coons. Hard to imagine better tennis from the 22-year-old than what we've seen here. 5-2 double mini break lead. He's got the set on his racket. No.
6-2. Coons.
Overcooks it.
Game and first set, Coons.
It's another $10 to the cause. And about as good of a first set as Holden Coons could have asked for. 7-6. This guy who hasn't won a single match at the ITF level heading into today. 3-set win over Maximilian Neuchrist. 7-6. He takes the opening set over Ryan Harrison. By the way, that 5th ace of the match for Coons. 6 overall here in battle number 3. That means 19 overall on the day. Remember, every ace, $10 in our Aces for Antietam cause. Trying to help build back a community, a high school team so desperately deserving. So that wasn't English, but here's the point. It's a great cause on a great day for tennis. That's why we're so excited to be here at Cracked Rackets. Again, Alex Gruskin here. 3rd of 6 matches on the day. Weather's holding pretty constant. It's been mid to high 70s, usually some clouds overhead. Means it hasn't been overbearing at any point here today. It's the sort of conditions you can play your best tennis in, and right now that's certainly what we're seeing from the 22-year-old James Madison graduate Holden Coons. I mean, what, he hit from 3-2 in that breaker. Absolutely electric. Extraordinarily impressive. The question is, how much gas does he have left in the tank now? He's been on court for about 3 hours total today. Now look, all these athletes. Tennis players, maybe the most underrated athletes we have in sport. The combination of speed, stamina, strength, mental toughness. You just need all the things. if you want to succeed at the highest level of this sport. Certainly we've seen Ryan Harrison do that. I mean, this guy won a doubles Grand Slam title. This guy won a title in Memphis at the ATP Tour level. Guy's been ranked top 40 in the world in singles and doubles. Does he have one more fight left in him? The forehand was wobbly, there's no doubt. It was tentative. Loves the tweener he executed. Thought the first serve was there. Thought the backhand pass was there. Thought the movement was there as well. It's just the forehand right now. It's a little tentative. What can he do to correct that? Can Coons sustain his level? Let's find out. Harrison to serve. Kick off set number 2.
About 15. Tino. 30-15. Forty 15. Deciding point, receiver's choice.
It's an opening breakpoint chance now. Just wonder if mentally this could exhaust the 31-year-old. Yeah, had to have that one. It's a confident way to do it as well with the forehand that, again, in my opinion, betrayed him in set number 1. Steps into one, though, laces it inside out. That's what the doctor ordered. So Harrison does hold in his opening service game 1 love. Again, Alex Gruskin here. A shout out to Ellesse. A shout out to Arete. Our towel sponsors here this week. A shout out to all the Emkeys, whether it's the law firm, the doctor's office, or the beautiful home they've decided to open up to the Reading tennis community here for the 4th consecutive year. I call them mom and dad at this point. I call all the Emke kids my brothers and sisters. It's just easier to maneuver throughout the weekend. I could not be more grateful for them having us here. Get to enjoy all of the action. Certainly enjoying what we're seeing right now from this 22-year-old. routine. It's an easy hold for Holden Coons. I don't know what you're supposed to do. He jams you like that, executing the first forehand so effectively. All you really can do is stay the course. Again, you're going to get at least 3 more shots. Excuse me, at least 2 more shots at break and serve. At least 2, by the way. That assumes Harrison gets broken in his next 3 service games. Wouldn't shock me to see him start changing up his return positioning. Whether it be supremely aggressive or even another step 2 behind the baseline. The forehand swing's just not where it needs to be, as the double fault obviously kicks off his 1-all service game. Uh-oh. It's a nice serve to jam the body. Can he find 2 more? Ridiculous. Well, half volley flick of the racket when he needed it most. Fights off a second break point. Can he find 1 more big serve to get us back to the deuce point? No, the forehand betrays him again. So Holden Coons breaks for 2-1. It's just been that sort of day for the 22-year-old. Continuing. Dare I say, elite's too far. Not elite play, but he's just done nothing wrong. Everything's been so solid. You're Ryan Harrison, the question is just mentally. It's all about the mental. How locked in can he stay? And that's the sort of pass that was going in set number 1. The sort of pass he has to make. And that's just routine. That's just, again, the sort of lefty patterns he was talking about in media day yesterday. Holden Coons, that slice wide first ball to the open court is so effective. This kid's got game. Unloads on the serve there, 4-3-1. And again, the most amazing part is how in rhythm everything is. Talk about a backup performance. Three-set come from behind win over a Maximilian Neuchrist, where it really looked like there was nothing Coons could do to hurt Neuchrist through the first hour. Now all of a sudden, not only is he hurting Ryan Harrison, he's out physicaling him. No, that one sailed on him. Harrison's just out there swinging now. Yeah, that's nasty.
30-15.
Again, watching these slices in person, TV just doesn't do it justice. The slice just looks slow, but it doesn't look low. It doesn't just, the knife, the bite on that ball. That's more like it. Gotta clap for the tweener. Always.
Wow. Game Harrison.
Not too shabby from Ryan Harrison. Having some fun now, isn't he? Maybe that can just loosen things up. Have him ready to rock and roll. Harrison still down a break, but now just 3-2. Harrison is perplexed as we are. Some of these shots just absolutely exceptional. Can amp up the speed almost out of nowhere. Gives it back here to Harrison. Feels like this is where the push starts to come. Now the acceleration's just not there. Feels like every forehand he pulls out of. Again, that technique's always looked like that, right? A little wristy. Follow through really over the stomach more so than that left shoulder, but that's better. Yeah. That's ridiculous.
40-15. Move the ball down, please. Move the ball down.
Not much you can do. So well hit slice. A well-intended move. Just better pass here. Game point chance for Holden. Coons, who just doing everything right.
Coons leads 4 games to 2. Second set by 1 set to 1.
Doing absolutely everything right now is the 22-year-old from York, Pennsylvania. Holden Coons extends his lead to 4-2 here in the second set. And for what it's worth, again, it is a frustrated Ryan Harrison right now. Doesn't know what much he can do.
Love 15. Move the ball down. Move the ball down. Keep it. 15 off. Move the ball down.
That's better. There it is. $10 more to the cause. Contributed by Ryan Harrison, his second of the day. 7th total here in this match. 20th total overall on the day. We've hit the 200 mark. Ho, ho, ho. That one would have been worth 20. There we go. That's accelerating through a forehand. Again, more than anything else, I just want a second wind. We want to see that break. We want to see another breaker. Make this a 3-breaker match. Why not? And Ryan Harrison holds 4-3-4. I feel like this is the one coming up. I just got... Yeah, I got a feeling.
All the balls go this way.
So yes, 20 aces overall on the day, 7 in this match. $200 headed the way of Antietam High School. And again, aces for Antietam, one of the causes we're playing for here this week. Every ace hit, $10 going to go to that Antietam High School community. So grateful to have the opportunity to be a part of a cause like this. Obviously devastating flooding a couple of weeks ago. Severely damaging the school property, severely damaging the tennis courts as well. Trying to raise money for the entire cause, not just the tennis team, of course. That'll help. More than anything, just getting life back on track. But now it's time. Again, let's get back to the tennis here. Holden Coons up a break for the majority of the set. All right, there's a little bit. As I was talking, you may have heard me there. I was chatting with Ryan Harrison, who gave me a look to say, hey, he can't keep this up, can he? Went on to say, if he does, this kid should be a pro. Yeah, Harrison complimentary of the level. I didn't mean to imply otherwise. I think Harrison would be the first to acknowledge that Holden Coons has brought the goods today, but I think the general sentiment for Harrison was, hey, if this kid's level's this high, wouldn't I have known him already? Wouldn't he be one of the 200 best players in the world? And I mean, look, if you follow James Madison closely, you know how good Holden Coons can be as a front runner. Again, over 140 combined singles and doubles wins during his time on campus. I mean, that's just ridiculous. That serve's got a little spice on it, doesn't it? That's gorgeous. That's the best point Ryan Harrison's played maybe this set. Definitively steps into the forehand. Definitively steps into the backhand. Oh, no way. That's a ridiculous volley.
Yes, deciding point, receiver's choice.
It's a ridiculous point. That's the sort of quality we've been dealt all day long. It's why we're 6 hours in and we're still in our third match. Stunning stuff. deciding point chance. Might this just decide the match? Oh, no. Ay, 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 ay. Had the volley, had the point set up perfectly. Now it's Holden Coons, though, who has the 5-3 lead. I mean, no one cut that clip. Don't you dare do it. Don't you dare cut that clip and tag him on social media. Don't you dare. That would just be mean. That one will sting.
Love 15.
Oh, no. Now the wheels are starting to come off here. Love 30. 2 points away, and again, this would put a lot of pressure on Harrison going into the Neuchrist match. Neuchrist, excuse me. Yeah, that's real nice. That's how you accelerate through a forehand. I'm sure to some extent Ryan Harrison's asking himself, where has that been? That's ridiculous. That's clutch. It's a nice hold from Love 30 down. Still, the match is on Holden Coons' racket, the recent James Madison graduate, future Wake Forest Demon Deacon, 5th year. Current leader of the Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge will serve for a match and to secure his spot in the semifinals. It's a testament to what sort of day it's been thus far. Again, coming up next, bring back Michael Zang, the rising Columbia University All-American sophomore this upcoming season. Recently announced he got a qualifying wild card into the U.S. Open. He'll be back on court. He got a win earlier today over KP Pannu. Now things going to step up for him. He'll take on the highest ranked player in the draw, top 200 guy in Philip Misolic. Obviously, we'll have coverage first ball to last of that one. I mean, come on. just off the line there. What a way to start off your deciding service game. Holden Coons is having himself an afternoon. Yeah, that's tennis. It honestly has had to be that good today. Boy, did the level on this get really high, really fast.
No, that ball's good. Don't even call that out. Go show me the mark there. Show me the mark. The ball's a brand new serve. There's no mark on the hard court. Exactly. Gentlemen, the ball's going to stand. Go show me the mark.
I saw it out. I don't
Okay,
see the mark.
you know as well as I know that it'll show anywhere. We both know that you'll be able to see something. Show me something.
Do you see a mark?
There's nothing. The ball's right on the line.
It wasn't that hard.
30-15, gentlemen. Let's begin play.
It has to stay calling it.
It's unbelievable. In an event like this, not even a sanctioned tournament, you're gonna hook? Really? All right, let's stop.
Gets over.
Let's just play. Stop the chatter.
Oh, that sails on him.
40-15.
So it's 3 match points now for Holden Coons. Oh, ridiculous. It's a great serve. I didn't think it was going over either. Still 2 more match points here for Holden Coons, and there's some tension in the air now, folks. Ryan Harrison objecting to that far sideline call. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. That's ridiculous. Holden Coons is through to the semifinals. Ryan Harrison not happy. A few choice words after the match still. Holden Coons is through to the semifinals. 7-6, 6-4. 2 breaks of serve total of Harrison in the match. Big break of serve, obviously. Early in the second set, holds the rest of the way. So, 3rd match in the books. Again, Holden Coons is through to the semifinals. 2-0 on the day. 2 biggest wins of his career. Over Neuquist. Now over Ryan Harrison. So that's match number 3. We're halfway home here in our opening day of round robin play. Of course, coming up next, Michael Zang will be back on court. He'll be taking on I'm blanking here. He'll be taking on Philip Misolic. So we'll have that match next for you all as our coverage continues. You're watching our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 4th annual Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge.
course. Yeah, of course.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our fourth match here at the Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge. First, we are going to welcome our ball kids to the court. Our first player here is returning for his second match here today. Let's give it up. He has a wild card into U.S. Open qualies now this coming week. Let's give it up for Michael Zang. And our second player making his first appearance here at the Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, our top-ranked player, Philip Misolic from Austria. Our umpire for the match, Mr. Dave Long.
Welcome back in, everyone, to our Cracked Rackets coverage here of the 4th annual Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge. Alex Gruskin here. It's match number 4 of the day, and I promise the tennis is only going to continue to get better. Of course, one of these faces is a familiar one on your screen right now, not only familiar to Cracked Rackets college tennis fans, but familiar to those of you who tuned in earlier today as 19-year-old Michael Zang of New Jersey, straight set winner over KP Pannu to kick off his tournament, can clinch a spot in tomorrow's semifinal with a win today. But of course, he's taken on the highest ranked player in the event, 22-year-old Philip Misolic, served to kick off his afternoon of play. Whew. How about that as a backhand to start? Of course, we introduced you all to Zang earlier in the day, so let's start with Philip Misolic here. Misolic, not a ton of hard court experience, excuse me. Just 16 and 18 in his career at the professional level on hard courts. For a guy who's 22 years old, top 200 in the world, that's just not a ton of hard court tennis. I like that play, though. Like the boldness, like the aggression. Early break point chances from Michael Zang. That's a serious swing off the 19-year-old's racket. That's the forehand he's looking for. Took him a little while to calibrate it against KP Pannu as well. Sends us to an early deciding point. Again, all these matches, 2 out of 3 sets. Third set's a 10-point super breaker. Way we speed things up, of course, as well. The no ad scoring, so the deuce point deciding point here. Sails on him, so a couple of break points fought off by Philip Misolic to get things started. Holds for 1-all in our opening set. Again, earlier results today. How about Holden Coons, the recent James Madison graduate, soon to be Wake Forest grad student, wins over Ryan Harrison. Max Neuchrist, 230-plus veterans in our field earlier today. He's through to the semifinals. Who's going to join him? With a win today, Michael Zang clinches his spot. courtside view of this one's going to be fun. The action on the tennis ball. How heavy these two hit. Every shot, every contact point is perfect. Gorgeous hitting from Michael Zang, and excuse me, I believe I said 1-all, 2-love. The score line here. Zang looking to put that opening hold on the board. Of course, remember, every ace hit today, $10 donated to the cause. Aces for Antietam. 20 aces hit thus far through our first 3 matches. Not too shabby, but we can do better. It's a shame we don't get an extra bonus for +1 forehands. That's exceptional stuff from Michael Zang. Holds for 1-2 to put himself on the scoreboard still. 22-year-old Filip Misolic. The early break lead here in the opening set of his opening match. For those that don't know, Misolic, 22 years old, reached a quarterfinal in Bostad, ATP 250, in the middle of July. Misolic also 2 challenger finals this year, 1 challenger title. Second challenger title of his career. Of course, 1 ATP final to his name. That came in Kitzbühel on the clay last season. And I mentioned the record. And in his career, Filip Misolic, 112-63. 96 of those 112 victories have come on clay courts. 96-43 on clay, 0-2 on grass courts, 16-18 on hard courts in his career. Last hard court match came at the Miami Masters. Now he leads 2-1 here at the Ellesse Pro Challenge. No, he missed it wide. Got a little too cute on the redrop, did Filip Misolic. I loved the play call. Again, Zang's momentum working all over the place, moving backwards, forwards. Love the play call. Unfortunately unable to execute. Oh, that on-the-run forehand's ridiculous. That's how well he gets outside the ball. Saw this same pattern for the 19-year-old out of New Jersey, Michael Zang, earlier today. Went down a quick 3-1 break deficit to KP Pannu. Wasn't broken the rest of the match in what was a 7-6, 6-3 victory for the Columbia sophomore. Misolic is swinging freely, there's no doubt, but it feels like the more pace he's thrown at Zang, dare I say, the harder it's coming back. That forehand for Michael right now doing wonders. Real fun to watch Filip Misolic play. Still Michael Zang game point chances for 3-2. Alright, that one got a little cocky. That's why you build the 40 love lead though, right? 3-2 are on serve here in our opening set. Again, Alex Gruskin here. 2 more matches to go after this one. Both of them should be pretty darn fun, particularly as we get to work our way under the lights for the first time here at the Ellesse Tennis Garden. A massive thank you, of course, shout out to our friends at Tweener for providing the lighting. You'll see later tonight, again, 50 years this court's been around. 50 years in the Ellesse backyard, which is crazy because Mrs. Ellesse's like 22. But a massive thank you to the Ellesse family again for hosting us here this year. Our Cracked Rackets team always amped for this weekend. Opportunity to enjoy a couple of days of tennis here in Pennsylvania. Gorgeous return from Michael Zang. Would want no part of serving to that backhand of Zang. The backswing so concise. His ability to accelerate through that ball so impressive. It's the forehand that's a little more volatile Definitely a little more dangerous as a server to serve into. But a few more moving pieces, the grip a bit more extreme. It's the side that'll provide you a free point far more frequently. Yeah, I thought I liked the racket speed of Harrison earlier, of Michael Zang, or of any of the guys. Misolic might hit the biggest ball here. Just unloads on every ground stroke. Serve might have missed, but it's not too shabby either. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. It's a hold 4-3 all. On Filip Misolic again, current world number 163. It's the 22-year-old from Austria. We'll see him, of course, in U.S. Open qualifying right next to Zang starting next week. It's a grind from Zang. Sets up a game point chance here to keep him out in front. You do feel like, again, one of those rare times Michael Zang steps onto the court. He might not have the best ground strokes. How explosive Misolic is off both those wings. You just cannot afford to give him any sort of time today. Ugh. Contact point is beautiful. Worth noting, Mr. Zang obviously back with Michael here today. Mr. Zang being Michael's father. I've been fortunate enough to get the chance to spend some time with such a nice man. It's a big serve. It's a clutch moment. Michael Zang holds 4-4-3 to keep us on serve here in the in the opening set. Alex Gruskin here. What a day of tennis it's been. Of course, you can check the replay for all of our action later tonight. You can also scroll back here on our feed should you want to rewatch anything that's unfolded again. In case you missed it earlier, winners on the day. We've only got two. Michael Zang's on court right now, straight set winner over KP Pannu. How about Holden Coons, a name many of you probably hadn't heard before today. Recent graduate of James Madison. Headed for his final season of college eligibility to Wake Forest. He has just been exceptional. Straight set win over Ryan Harrison, 3-set win over Max Neuchrist. The man from York, Pennsylvania, providing us plenty of entertainment earlier today. Oh, ridiculous from Michael Zang, showing off the hands, changing up the tactics.
15-30.
Absolutely love it. It's ridiculous. I had a coach who used to say that didn't work. Not since Ken Rosewall back in the 1970s, that slice passing shot, so difficult to keep low, and the problem is the moment you float that right, Misolic is on top of the net pouncing. Zang did such an impressive job there. It's a nice response from Michael Zang. Keeps us on serve 6-5. It's been a very simple, very straightforward set of tennis. Still no aces, sadly, here in the set. 20 aces overall for those of you keeping track. Our aces for Antietam, part of the cause here this weekend. Raise money for the Antietam High School, Antietam tennis program, which of course suffered serious setback with some of the serious flooding we saw here in Pennsylvania earlier this summer. Again, Alex Gruskin here. What a celebration this is. Not just obviously for the Emke family. Bring us all here to the Emke Tennis Garden. We're immensely grateful for that fact. But it's not just that. It's not just the fact that for the first time in 50 years we now have lights here at the Emke Tennis Garden. No, it's more than that. It's to be around the Berks Tennis County Association, to be around the City of Reading core crew, countless volunteers every year, ball girls, ball boys, everyone in this community just so excited to have a professional sporting event in town. And again, hard to imagine a more beautiful day than today for this action. Here comes Filip Misolic looking to respond 4-5 on serve here in the first set. Oh, that was so cute. There's underspin on that drop shot. If it goes over, it might come back to his side. Still, now all of a sudden it's a deuce point set point. Zang electing to go to the ad side. Oh, Zang had the rip he wanted. Second serve sitter to the high forehand. I wish I could flash our camera right now to Columbia men's tennis coach Howard Endelman, who has this look on his face like, really, Michael? It's the look a disappointed father has. Mr. Zang has the same look for what it's worth, but they're just like, really, Michael? That's the ball you missed. Still, better for our purposes, 5-all, opening set. That's elite. That's absolutely elite. It's a great response. It's a combination that's beating anyone. Pretty routine look. That is absolutely ripped by Filip Misolic again. When Misolic has time, those ground strokes are so effective, aren't they? I like it. I like it, old school tactics. Throw that bump lob up high, prove he can beat you with the overhead. From set point down to deciding point, break point chance here for 22-year-old Filip Misolic. Elects to go right back to the deuce side. What does Michael Zang come up with here? Wow, he skins the line. I mean, could not have been better than that. And so Michael Zang holds 4-6-5, keeps us on serve. No damage done. No significant damage done yet. 6-5, the 19-year-old Michael Zang leads Alex Gruskin here. Coming up tomorrow, by the way, semifinal action here at the Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge. We know Holden Coons will be in the mix. Who's going to join him? Maximilian Neuchrist going to take on Ryan Harrison in what is now officially an elimination match. Winner to tomorrow's semifinals. Loser headed to New York for U.S. Open activities. Of course, on this side of the draw, group Zang, Misolic, KP. I believe all Michael Zang has to do here is win a set, right? He wins a set. You add that with his straight set victory over KP Pannu, even if KP... Well, I guess then if KP wins in straight sets... Well, no, if KP wins in straight sets, then I think he'd advance. Given his set record would be 2-4, I suppose at that point, Misolic's set record... Well, he'd be winless, is the point. So let's get a Michael Zang win and have 2 elimination matches, right? For our purposes, just make life a little easier. Or a clear-cut Misolic win, where his place again in the semifinals becomes unequivocal. Backcourt double fault, another one here for Misolic. Now all of a sudden, 2 points away from handing the set over to Zang. Oh, just missed it wide, did Zang there. Great wheels to track down that +1 forehand from Misolic. It's amazing the anticipation All these players have. They know you're going to the open space. That first step is so explosive. Now it's another set point chance here for Michael Zang. Do you go deuce side? Do you go ad side? He looks like he's headed straight to the ad. Columbia coach Howard Endelman on the edge of his seat. It's a deuce point set point, excuse me. Deuce point, set point, second serve coming here for Misolic. Oh. Deserved it. Love the creativity. Just not quite enough racket speed there for Michael Zang. Happened to miss that shot and float right before in front of our broadcast booth here, thus I had to give him a few words of encouragement. But instead we had to do a breaker. Fourth straight match with at least one tie break. Almost like we're watching professional men's tennis or something. Break goes to Zang. Still no clean aces in this match. Nothing to add to the pot yet, Westhoff. Don't worry, I'm watching closely. Tie-break of streaks. First 2 points to Zang, next 3 to Misolic. Now it's Michael Zang who gets the mini break right back for 3-all. That was impressive. Ball out of the fence. There was a moment here that was something else. Right, that's why they give these players multiple tennis balls, so 3-all on the turn. I wish you guys could have seen that visual. It was, we just had a moment here behind the scenes, and I'll leave it at that. straight for Michael Zang. Has worked his way back to a mini break lead 4-3 here, though mini break a little bit disingenuous. Given the lack of success on serve we've seen in this breaker, though, again, only 2 total breaks. Misolic broke right out of the gate. Zang breaking back for 2-all. Yeah, I missed wide. Nothing's been particularly clean. Hasn't been the most physical match thus far. We're playing quick. First strike, first forehand, dare I say, tour level tennis. Stuff you see from top 100, top 50 guys back on serve 4-5 here in the first set breaker. No, that sailed on him. Set points now for 19-year-old Michael Zang. I mean, this kid is something, isn't he? This time it's on his racket. Michael Zang will serve for the set. First set goes to Michael Zang, 7-6. Not sure if that 100% clinches the spot, but it'll be darn close to it. Michael Zang, we will see him tomorrow. 3 sets up, 3 sets down for the 19-year-old All-American out of Colombia. 7-6, he takes the opener over Filip Misolic. And let's remember, again, try not to bring up this fact too repeatedly. So we get a reminder about our silent auction. Hold that thought.
In addition to the Lacoste Miami Open gear. In addition, we also have out front, we have the Rendezvous food truck, we have Bolo truck. So if you're looking to get dinner out the crowd, head out there, get dinner here at the Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge.
So there's your update. By the way, again, I'm accepting Venmo requests if any of you guys want a vintage Jalen Hurts jersey. Philadelphia Eagles quarterback. Believe signed one of our auction items here. And again, proceeds from that silent auction. Going to go to our friends at Antietam, in the Antietam community, as well as supporting the Berks County and City of Reddington tennis programs. Gruskin here. You look for Michael Zang. Not only did he just complete that All-American season at Columbia, Zang knocked out in the round of 16, of course, by Andre Styler of Michigan. But you look for Michael Zang, what he's done this summer across the board. First Challenger final in Puerto Rico. Wins over top 400 guys like Lexi Galarno, beat Zukayev, Marius Kopel. Lost 4 straight coming into this one. But again, losses to guys like Tomic, Nishikori, Emilio Gomez, and then a Tristan Boyer who's in the semifinals of a 125K this week. Zang's got the game. He's got the goods. Just asks all the right questions. That's ridiculous. That's how you put away a +1 forehand, folks. Any of you at home wondering, how do I do that? That's how. It's good depth, and again, there's a pop that comes off the ball anytime Misolic makes contact. It's something else. It was a must-have hold for Filip Misolic just to get the ball rolling. Again, we saw in our last match, very quick break. Now it's Michael Zang's turn to respond. Down love 1 here again, opening set. Still limited matches, pro matches in Zang's career, but of course Junior Wimbledon finalist. Smart ball there. That off speed right now is just anything not in the strike zone, just a little off. For a Filip Misolic, who again is playing his first hard court match since Miami. Oh, that's just good, clean living. It's tough bounce there, obviously, for Zang. Not the worst at 30-15. Of course, Zang 16-5 in dual match play at the #1 single spot for Columbia. Columbia, top 20 team in the country. Zang got to see the best of the best college tennis had to offer. And again, ends the year as an All-American. That dropped in. Wow. That ball dropped. Good. Okay. So game point chances here for Zang. Get into some more of his accomplishments here on the changeover. It's a good serve out of the strike zone, and maybe that's where the lack of hardcore tennis becomes most evident. And that forehand does bounce a little bit out of the strike zone there for Misolic. Again, didn't quite move his feet to adjust. Although, then again, that's going to happen on any surface. Playing the result maybe more than we should. Of course, again, you look for Filip Misolic. I mentioned the 16-18 career record on hard courts. He's 28-21 overall this season. Again, 2 challenger finals. One of them ended up in a title. That title coming midway through April. No, it's gorgeous. Only grass court match he played this year was at Wimbledon. First round qualifying loss to Denis Novak. Lost second round qualifying Roland Garros. First round qualifying Australian Open. Misolic still looking to reach the first main draw at a slam of his career. Of course, Michael Zang trying to do the same. Zang Junior Wimbledon champion, but that's the juniors. Does get a wild card into qualifying at the U.S. Open this year. Fascinating to see how he, other college players, Fiona Crawley, Elliot Spizzirri, Cannon Kingsley, Mary Stoyana. Fascinating to see how their level translates here in Flushing. It's routine hold for Misolic. 22-year-old from Austria leads 2-1 down a set, though, here at the Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge. So, mentioned Michael Zang in the long list of accomplishments. He put together this past season at Columbia. Just for those of you less familiar, I want to go through them now. Zang, the first men's tennis player in Ivy League history. Let me say that again. First men's tennis player in Ivy League history to be named Player of the Year, Rookie of the Year, and First Team All-Ivy in both singles and doubles in the same season. Let me say that again. Player of the Year in the Ivy League, Rookie of the Year in the Ivy League, First Team All-Conference selection in both singles and doubles. Of course, he made the round of 16 at NCAAs, earning himself ITA All-American status, reached a season-high ranking number 8 in the singles rankings. Of course, that was all following reaching the Junior Wimbledon final last summer. So what a 12-month run it's been for Michael Zang. He serves up a set down 1-2 here in the second. Yeah, that'll work. It's real nice. Keeps the pace, 2-all here. Still need that first ace, though. $10, Michael. Where is it? Yeah, I'm charging you. Yeah, that's all I'm asking for. Underhand, if need be. Still waiting on that first ace of the match.
Wait, please, wait, please, wait, please. Grab that ball. Go 15. Up 30.
It's just elite stuff from Zang. The return and volley. What is this, Andre Agassi? Little on the rise magic sets up 4 break point chances for him to, again, begin to separate himself, really sink his teeth into this lead.
Zang leads 3-2. Second set, and by 1 set.
Not the way you would have drawn it up still. Michael Zang will take it. And with it, he'll take a set and a break lead. Here in our 4th match of the day. Again, Alex Gruskin here. Cool, calm, collected. That's how you feel after 8 hours of tennis here at the beautiful Lemke Tennis Garden. Of course, the best part is we still got 2 more matches to come, coming up around 6:30. Still waiting on the official match time. Ryan Harrison will be back out on court. He'll take on Maximilian Neuchrist. That match, a winner-go-home affair for each of our players. After that, we'll get Misolic back on court. He's going to take on KP Pannu. That match shaping up right now to be our win-or-go-home affair. Again, Alex Gruskin, Daniel Westhoff here. You don't want to miss out on any more of the action.
Down this way, I'm sorry.
No, that one sails on him. Still 2 more break point chances that almost feel like match point chances, huh? Just hard to see a world where Michael Zang, up a set and a double break, gives that lead away, right? There it is, Michael Zang now setting a double break lead, 7-6, 5-2. Here at the Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge, Alex Gruskin here. Whether it's 6, 6:30, I'm not sure. I can guarantee you this, though. We will have more tennis coming up for you in a little bit. And how about the youngsters with the college ties? It's happening everywhere. I think right now there are 12 top 100 men's players, top 100 ATP singles players with college ties. We can go through the list, perhaps on a different occasion, but you all know the headliners: Chris Eubanks, Ben Shelton, Cam Norrie, J.J. Wolf, guys like Yannick Hanfmann, Marcos Giron, Mackie McDonald continuing to consolidate their places. Alex Vukic is now a top 50 guy, the former Illinois All-American, making a push. People making a push here as well. Again, Michael Zang, fresh off a season at Columbia. Holden Coons, fresh off his 4 years at James Madison, still one to go at Wake Forest. College tennis is a real pathway to pros. The level is that good, and Michael Zang continuing to prove that. He'll serve for a match and a spot in the semifinals. Ooh. It's had to be that good, hasn't it, from Misolic? How about that? Now at least we're getting our aces in. Donating some coin, finally. Back-to-back aces, our first 2 of the match. Yeah, just wide, all right. Ain't over till it's over. to break point chance. 2 of them coming up now. It's not over till it's over, says Philip Misolic. Looking to ask the question just a little longer. It's a deuce point, match point. Wouldn't have it any other way. Misolic breaks back. So we play on. 3-5 gives us a little more time, I suppose, to accumulate those aces for Antietam. Reminder, for every ace hit this weekend, $10 being donated to the Antietam High School Rebuilding Fund. Obviously, after the damage that community suffered, we're so excited to be able to do anything we can here at Cracked Rackets at this Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge to help right the ship. That's laced. I like that play. I've liked that play all day against Zang. I think that would be my scouting report, is if you're gonna play with pace, it's pace through that forehand wing. Oh, come on now. Now we're talking. Now we're playing some tennis, and you see as it cools off now, about 70 degrees maximum. It's just the right conditions for tennis. Everyone's enjoying themselves. Everyone's having fun out here. That's why you can make light of something like that. I suppose you can also make light because you're up a set and a break still. Is it long? So let's try this again. 7-6-5-4 still. Michael Zang will have the opportunity to serve for the match. On the other side of this changeover, Team Misolic in the crowd. I see Philip's sisters here. Believe his girlfriend is here as well. I don't want to assume, but that was the rumor floating around that yes, that is Philip's girlfriend. I didn't get the chance to meet her at last night's media player party. Hoping to have that opportunity here as we carry on throughout the day. And again, we're going to have a little bit of a break after this one, but of course coming up later, Ryan Harrison taking on Maximilian Neuchrist. A couple of 30-plus veterans. That makes me sad. They're both 30-plus veterans because they're really not that much older than me. I think Ryan Harrison's like 5 months older than my older brother. I think it's 7. I think he's a May 92. Shout out Eric Ruskin, who's a December 92. Anyways, we'll do birthday trivia during our long break after this one. Right now, let's see, can the 19-year-old from New Jersey, the All-American rising sophomore, the first player to win Ivy League Player of the Year, Freshman of the Year, and be first-team singles and doubles, Michael Zang, in the same season. Let's see if he can close it out. 7-6-5-4. Forehand spraying on him, though. That's the one when he catches it right. That forehand is so heavy. Love that play. It's been a while since we've seen Michael move forward definitively and confidently. That was certainly a little dose of that. Two points away from the finish line. Serve did indeed catch the line, so here we go. 2 match point chances coming up. Ace number 3, that's $30 on the board, and that clinches victory for Michael Zang. 7-6-6-4. He is through to semifinals Saturday. A lot of respect between these two. That was a high-level match. Maybe lacked some of the drama we saw earlier, but certainly a joy for us to watch unfold. That said, that'll do it for our day session here at the Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge. Now stick around, going to speak with Michael Zang here quickly in a moment. But again, coming up next, Ryan Harrison, Maximilian Neuchrist. After that, it'll be KP Pannu versus Philip Misolic, our final match of the day. We'll have that and so much more coming up in a second. Signing off for now for everyone who contributes to our coverage. I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. You've been watching our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2023 Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge.
We will be back tonight in a winner-take-all match against KP Pannu in the night session. We'll turn it over here to Alex Gruskin and the Cracked Racquets crew to do a quick on-board interview here with Michael Zang to conclude the day session for the festivities here at the 2023 Ellesse Pro Tennis Challenge. All right, we'll hand it over here to Alex Gruskin.
All right, all of you in the crowd, if we can, one more time, let's give it up. He's 2-0